Welcome to this HTML course for complete beginners where you are going to learn everything that you need to know to start building your own websites like this one from scratch. This is a 4-hour long course which contains 14 lessons and a project tutorial at the end. And don't worry if you don't know anything about coding because we'll start from the beginning. All you need is some dedicated learning time, a laptop and a good internet connection. With that in place, let's just jump right in. Before we move to the first lesson, I want to give you some quick tips on how you can make the most out of this course. This free crash course is actually a preview of my paid HTML course. The link to it is provided in the description box below. If you want to learn more about it, you can go to this timestamp on the screen. Now you can choose to finish this crash course in just one sitting, but my recommendation will be to finish this in parts for better absorption of the material. You can divide it into 6 learning sessions where each session covers the following lessons as given on the screen. You can screenshot it if you want, but I've also provided this list in the description box below. After each session, review all the topics that you've learned. In the description, you can also find the written notes to these lessons. Try to code along with these lessons and then practice the concepts that you've learned after the lesson is over with the help of some small practical exercises. You can ask ChatGPT to suggest you some exercises if you want. Alright, so that's all I had to say. Let's begin with the first lesson. Before you jump into writing HTML, I want to give you an overview of what it is. So in this lesson, you will get an overview of what HTML is. You'll learn what HTML is used for, where HTML fits into the web development ecosystem. You'll also learn about the building blocks of HTML and you'll learn about modern HTML, which is HTML5. So let's begin. So the term HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. It's used to create web pages. All the websites that you've ever come across are built using HTML. So even this page where I've hosted this lesson, this is also HTML. All the websites that you've seen, they are built using HTML, either directly or indirectly using some other technology that at the end outputs HTML. So hypertext markup language, let's try to understand what this term means. Hypertext is different than traditional text. So traditional text is something that you see or see in a book or read in a newspaper. That's traditional text. But on websites or on the computer, the text is called hypertext. Hypertext is displayed on a computer or other electronic devices with references, hyperlinks, to other text that the reader can immediately access, typically by a mouse click or key press or tap. So what makes text hypertext? Hyperlinks. So hyperlinks are these blue colored links that you must have for sure come across while you use the internet. So you can click on a hyperlink and it will take you to some other address on the internet. Hypertext can include not only text but also images, videos, music, audio files, and also hyperlinks. So one thing to note before you start learning HTML is not a programming language, it's a markup language. What's the difference between the two? So a markup language helps you define the structure of text. In simplest terms, HTML helps you define the structure of your websites. HTML is usually the first language or technology that you learn when you start web development because it forms the foundation of all websites or web apps. So it lets you describe the skeleton of a web page. A web page is composed of different elements such as buttons, headings, paragraphs, links, etc. For example, let's take a look at google.com. So let me open this link. This is google.com. So this homepage of Google is made up of different elements. So let me zoom in. So here are a couple of links. These are hyperlinks. And this is again a hyperlink, but it is in the form of a button. And this is again an image, which is again a button. Then we have some more links over here. There's a text input box. There's this button here, another button, and this logo image. This is an image. And a couple of more links down here. Like I said in the beginning, every web page is built using HTML. And how can you see that? You can actually go to any web page, right click and select this inspect from the menu drop down. and this will open a developer tools tab or a developer tools view in the browser. So right now I'm using the Arc browser, and here's the developer tools in my browser. Now this structure that you see over here, this is the HTML of this page. When you hover over these different text, you'll see that this piece of text, the highlighted portion on this web page, is what this piece of text actually specifies or defines. Now you see the syntax over here. So these angular brackets, head, and then again angular brackets and head. So an HTML page or an HTML document is built using something known as a tag. Now all of them are different tags. These are all your tags. Tags are written using angular brackets like this. So open angular bracket tag and then closing this angular bracket. For example, in the Google's homepage, you're able to see different tags like div, then you have this form tag, you have this dialog tag, you have this style tag, and many more. Each tag on this web page actually corresponds to an element. For example, the P tag represents a paragraph element, the H1 tag represents a heading element, the UL tag represents an unordered list, input tag represents an input element, button tag represents a button element. So for now, you don't need to remember these elements. We'll cover each of them in detail in the upcoming lessons. For now, just know that an HTML page is built using tags. A tag represents an element, and you can write tags using these angular brackets. All web pages that you encounter are made up of different such elements. So consider this example of an HTML paragraph element. Again, you can see that this is the opening tag, angular brackets, and then here's a closing tag, angular brackets, this forward slash and P, and then the closing angular bracket. So this is what makes up a tag. The content inside of this P tag, HTML is a markup language, is the content inside of this paragraph. So when I highlight or hover over this, you can see that the corresponding element is highlighted on the web page over here. So this is a simplest tag, or this is a simple example of a tag in HTML. So you can build a web page using these tags. You can combine different tags to build a web page. Now here I've used a couple of more tags to create more elements on my web page over here. So here I have an H1 tag. So this H1 tag creates a heading element onto my web page. I've used the same paragraph or the P tag from before. This creates another paragraph on the web page, and then I have a button tag. This tag creates a button element on the web page. So on my web page, I have 3 elements over here, but you can combine more elements to create more complex web pages. But one thing that you'll notice is that my web page, this web page is lacking a bit of style. Unlike the homepage of Google, this web page over here is styled. So the background color is black, the text looks a little bit different, the button looks a little bit different than the button that I have created. Now all of this styling is done using something known as CSS. So my web page looks a little bit dull. These are the default styles of my web page. I've not added any styles to them so far, but you can add styles. You can do stuff like change the size of this text, or you can change the color of this button. You can change the color of the text. You can change the color of the background and more such thing using CSS. We'll cover a little bit of CSS here, just enough to help you get started, add a little bit of style to your web pages, but we won't go too deep into CSS for now. Now that you have a high level of understanding about what tags are, now let's understand what attributes are. So consider another HTML tag, the img tag, which is used to insert an image on a web page. The img tag, and then it has this src equals to, and then double quotes, and this value over here, this is a link or an address, and then the closing angular bracket over here. So this tag actually creates this image on the web page. Let's see this tag in action. So I have added this img tag to create an image inside of my web page over here, and this tag has this thing src equals to double quotes and this link inside of it. So this is known as an attribute. Attributes are extra bits of information that you provide to your tags or that you provide to your HTML elements. The syntax to create or define attributes is this. So attribute equals to, and within double quotes you have the value. The job of attributes is to provide extra details to the browser about the HTML element. Now here the src attribute for this image specifies what image to render inside of your web page. So here you have specified a link, src, or a source for the image. Similarly, for creating hyperlinks, the tag is a. The a tag creates hyperlinks on a web page. So when you click on a link, it takes you to some other address, right? To define that address, where the user should be taken to or where the user should go when they click on a link, you use the href attribute inside of the a tag. So a href equals to double quotes google.com, take me to Google. So this will create a link, take me to google.com. Let's see it in action. Here I have a link and it has this attribute href, which has this value https and then google.com. So this is the URL to google.com, and when I click on this link, it opens google.com. So similarly, different tags in HTML have different attributes. And before we end this lesson, let's take a look at HTML5. HTML5 is the latest and the most advanced version of HTML that we use today. HTML5 was released in 2014 and it is used for modern web development. The first version of HTML, which was HTML 1.0, it was created by Sir Tim Berners-Lee, and he is the inventor of the World Wide Web. So you can actually visit the world's very first website using the link provided over here. So you can check out the reading material for lesson number 1 and you can click on this link to view the world's first website. This is the simplest website, and this website was meant to introduce HTML to the world. This website was launched on August 6, 1991 and was used to provide information about the World Wide Web project itself. The website describes the basic features of the web, how to access other people's documents, how to set up one's server. You can view the HTML structure of this web page by inspecting it. So let's try that out. Let me inspect. And here we are able to see the structure of this HTML web page, or the structure or the HTML document of the world's very first website. Just like everything else, gradually with time, HTML improved and newer versions, better versions of HTML were released. And the latest version, HTML5, which we use today, let's take a look at a few of the key features of HTML5. So HTML5 has something known as semantic HTML or semantic elements. HTML5 introduced new semantic elements like nav, article, header, which provide better structure and meaning to web content. So previously you saw this div tag. So I'll show that to you. So you see this div tag. It does not really mean anything to you. Like you are a complete beginner, you don't understand what this div means. If you see this nav tag, you'll probably understand that this nav means a nav bar. And similarly for this article tag, it provides meaning to what it builds or what it represents. Similarly with the header tag. So meaningful elements were introduced in HTML5. Then HTML5 also provided support for embedding audio and videos inside of your web pages. And HTML5 also introduced new ways to store data locally in the user's browser itself. And one more thing that HTML5 added was the canvas tag. So canvas tag allows you to render graphics and animations directly inside of the browser, but with the help of JavaScript. Don't worry if you don't understand all of it completely. We'll walk through all of them one by one. So we have covered a lot of things in this lesson. Let's do a quick recap before we end it. So let's start with what HTML is. So HTML is the foundation of all web pages. It helps you define the structure of a web page. It is the skeleton of a web page. But how does HTML let you define that structure? It lets you do that with the help of something known as tags. And these tags are written using angular brackets. So tag this. So this is what a tag is in HTML. Usually you have an opening tag and a closing tag. Each tag represents an element on a web page. So for example, you have a p tag in HTML. This p tag creates a paragraph element. Paragraph element. Similarly, you have other tags like a button tag, button, button element. You have a heading tag. Similarly, you can create a bunch of other elements with the help of tags. And you can view the HTML structure of any web page using the inspect element option or the inspect option, and then view the different tags inside of a web page. Next, we covered something known as attributes. Attributes are extra bits of information that you write inside of your tags. So here I have the img tag that creates an image element on your web page. And to tell the browser what image you want it to have, you use the src attribute. Here you can add some So this is an attribute. You can write multiple such attributes within your HTML tag like this. Attribute equals to, within quotes, the value. You can add another attribute, attribute 2 equals, and then within double quotes, you can add the value. With this, we've reached the end of this lesson. In the next lesson, you'll learn how to build your very first web page with the help of HTML. Welcome to your second lesson in the first module. In this lesson, you'll create your first website using HTML. In order to do that, you'll need to set up a code editor for development, and you'll also learn about the basic structure of an HTML document. And lastly, you'll learn about what code comments are and how to write them in HTML. A web page is an HTML document with styles defined using CSS and interactivity defined using JavaScript. Now, inside this HTML document, you define different elements that you want to display on your web page using HTML tags. So to write these tags, you can make use of any text editing software. You can use the native Notes app on your machine or any app of your choice. But there are special text editors available for you just for this purpose. They help make the entire experience of coding more productive and easier for you. So these code editors and integrated development environments are tools that help you write, edit, and manage source code for programming and development. So they have a bunch of features that a developer wants or needs when they're doing development. There are a lot of IDEs or code editors available to you out there, but the one that we are going to use in this course is VS Code. VS Code is super beginner friendly and easy to get started with. And in case you get stuck with anything, you can simply go to YouTube and search a tutorial and you'll get your answers on that. So let's start with setting up VS Code so we can start writing HTML as soon as possible. You can go to the lesson 2's reading material and click on this link to view the download page for VS Code. Once you click it, you will be able to see a page like this. And depending on your operating system, you can download it. So I already have it downloaded. Once your download is complete, you can install VS Code. Once it's installed, you'll be able to see a screen like this. VS Code offers you a lot of features like extensions, version control, syntax highlighting, integrated terminal, etc. that help you become more productive as a programmer. So you'll learn how to use these features as you progress throughout this course. So let's move on to creating your first HTML document. Now you might have noticed that all of the files inside of your computer have a name and an extension. Similarly, the HTML document or the HTML file you create will also have a name and an extension. The extension is used to tell your system, your computer system, what sort of file it is. For example, for a text file, the extension used may be .txt. And maybe for audio files or songs that you might have downloaded or podcasts that you might have downloaded, you might have come across this .mp3 extension. And similarly for videos, you might have seen the .mp4 extension. For HTML documents, you use the .html extension. But before you create a file, I will suggest you to create a new directory just for organization purpose. So you can call your directory or you can call your folder Hello World. So inside of this folder is where you will be writing all of your HTML documents for your project. It's always a good practice to keep your code files structured using directories. So all of your related code goes inside of one directory. Now, after you've created your folder, what you can do is go to your VS Code, and then from the file option, you can open a folder using this from the drop down. Open folder, and then I will open. Okay, my hello world directory. Now let's create an HTML document. So to do that, you can click on this icon over here. This will let you create a new file, or you can also go to the files and then new file. That will also let you create a new file. So let's create a new file and let's call it index.html. So why did we name it index? Index is a commonly used convention in programming. It represents the default entry point for your website. So in this case, the index.html represents your home page. Whenever you view a website and you see this index.html page, you can think of it as the home page for that website. You can click on this file and it will open this file in the right hand side, and here you can write your HTML code. You'll be able to actually edit this file. You can expand or contract this sidebar like this. The shortcut to hide it is Command or Control B to toggle viewing the sidebar. So let's hide it for now. Now let's start writing some HTML. So the very first thing that goes inside of any HTML document is a doc type declaration. Angular brackets, exclamation mark, doc type in capital, HTML, and then a closing angular bracket. So this is also referred to as document type declaration or DTD. So this describes the version of HTML being used. This declaration that we have used tells your browsers that we are going to use HTML5 inside of this HTML document. Inside of all web pages comes an HTML tag. So HTML tag, opening bracket, closing bracket. So this HTML tag is the root and everything goes inside of this HTML tag. So this is an opening tag. So opening tags are written using Angular brackets and the name of the tag, and closing tags are written like this. So again, you have Angular brackets and then a / after the first bracket and then the name of the same tag. So this forms an opening and closing tag pair. This HTML tag over here defines the beginning and end of an HTML document. Every HTML document consists of two main components, the head and the body. And the head is described using the head tag. And then the body is described using the body tag. This is your basic structure for an HTML document. This is the structure that you will follow whenever you will create a new HTML document. The content inside of this head tag and the body tag might differ from a web page to a web page, but this structure for all HTML web pages remains more or less the same. Now let's understand these two components, the head and the body. The head defines the head section of a document. This contains metadata or information about the page, such as the title of this web page, the character set, the links to external resources like CSS style sheets or JavaScript, but it does not contain any visible content that you see on a web page. So what you see on a web page is contained inside of the body. And now the body tag defines the body section where the visible content of your web page is located. This is where you include elements like paragraphs, elements like text, elements like headings, images, hyperlinks, and more. So let's write a little bit of HTML inside of each of these tags, inside of the head as well as the body. So for the head, let's describe the title of this web page. So let's call it my first web page. Again, we have an opening tag and a closing tag. At this point, you have an HTML document, but you might be wondering, how do I view it inside of the browser? To do that, open your sidebar, right click on this file and click on the copy path option. Once you've copied the path, go back to your browser. Inside of the address bar, paste the path that you have just copied. This will open your web page inside of the browser. But now you are not able to see anything because the body is empty. That's why nothing is visible on the web page. But you've written a title. That title should be visible on the tab itself. So for my browser, my tab titles are visible here. So as you can see, the title that I added was my first web page, and I'm able to see that title over here. So you can change the title and see that title changes being reflected at the top of your tab. Next, let's add some actual visible content inside of the body. Let's start with a heading. So the heading tag is H1, H1 opening tag, and then H1 a closing tag. And inside of this heading, I put the content that I want to be displayed as the heading, which is Hello World in this case. And let's also create a paragraph. This is my first web page. So you might be noticing that a lot of this stuff is being auto-completed for me. This is because I've installed an extension in VS Code. So to install extensions, you can go to this left sidebar and click on extensions. And this autocomplete extension that I'm using, it's called Codium. You can search for this extension and this will also help you auto-write your code. So this is an AI-based extension that I often use. So now you've created a paragraph element. Let's create one more element, your last element. Let's create a button element. Button. Then let's say click me. Right. Now let's go back to the browser, and to be able to view these changes, you will have to refresh this page. Now I'm able to see this. Let me zoom in. Now I'm able to see the three elements that I've created. Again, you can do inspect. So what I use to open the developer tools is I use a shortcut. So the shortcut for my operating system is command plus option and plus I. This opens the DevTools for me. Now you will be able to see inside of the head, there's a title which is visible as the title of the web page, and inside of your body, you have actual visible content. And there you go, you've just created your very first web page with the help of HTML. Before we end this lesson, let's take a look at one last thing, comments. So what are comments? Comments in HTML or comments in programming or coding are used to insert notes into your source code. So this is the source code of your web page over here. All of this is code and all of this is communicating something and telling something to the browser. But to convey something to the developer reading this code, you can make use of comments. Comments are extremely helpful when you are writing complex code, and if some other developer starts reading your code, you can make use of comments and make them help understand what that part of the code does. So how do you write comments in HTML? The syntax to write comments in HTML is this: opening angular brackets, exclamation mark, and two dashes or two hyphens, and then this is a comment. Okay. And then again two hyphens and a closing angular bracket. So everything inside of this thing becomes a comment. So as you can see, that comment is not visible inside of the web page, but it is written here. So this is for the understanding of developers. Comments are especially helpful if someone else is reading your code or if you return to your code after a long time. But make sure that the syntax is accurate. So if you miss even like a single dash, as you can see, some unexpected results have happened. Now the entire thing is being considered as a comment. See, the entire thing is being considered as a comment by the browser. So with that, you've reached the end of this lesson. Let's do a quick recap. So in this lesson, you learned how to set up VS Code that will help you in your development process. Next, you learned about the basic structure of a web page. So every web page starts with a doc type declaration. So if you're using HTML5, the doc type declaration looks like this. Then you have the root element or the main element inside of which your entire HTML lives, which is called the HTML tag. Every HTML document contains two components, the head and the body. The head is described using the head tag and the body is described using the body tag. Everything inside of the head tag is extra information about the web page like title, metadata for search engines or for adding CSS style sheets or for adding scripts and other things. But inside of the body is where you place the visible elements of the web page. Whatever you put inside of the body is what you see on the web page. And lastly, you understood the importance of writing comments and how to write comments in HTML. Now that you have created your very first web page, your very first Hello World project, you've taken the first step into web development. In the next lesson, we'll dive deeper into the head tag and we'll dive deeper into the body tag. So I'll see you in the next lesson. Welcome to the last lesson in the first module. You've taken the first steps into web development, you've created your first HTML web page, you've understood the basic structure of the HTML document and understood what the head tag is for, what the body tag is for. Now, before we dive into HTML further, it's important to take a step back and learn about some HTML best practices on how to write your code and also learn a few techniques on how you can write better code, how you can write cleaner code that will eventually help you in making your code more readable by yourself as well as other developers and also helps you create more maintainable code. In this lesson, you will understand the importance of code formatting and how you can format your code easily inside of VS Code. Then you'll learn about case insensitivity in HTML and how that impacts your coding or how it impacts your web pages. And lastly, a few debugging techniques to help you debug problems inside of your web pages with the help of your browser's developer tools. Good code formatting is important for readability, especially when working with teams on larger projects. So just like how content everywhere is formatted into paragraphs or into lists, same for this page. The content of this web page is divided into two headings and it's divided into different paragraphs. Code is also stylized in a way that it looks like code. Similarly, in newspaper, you have different sections and you have different headlines, different images. Everything is structured in a manner that makes it easier for the reader or for the viewer to consume that content. Similarly, for a developer who's reading the code, who's reading some HTML code, it's important for the developer who's writing it to make sure that he's writing clean code and properly formatted code. So a few tips and techniques on how to create well formatted HTML code. So first of all, let's take a look at indentation. So what does indentation mean? Indentation is the white space that you see at the beginning of a line. Let's go back to my code editor. Now here, as you can see, the head tag has some white space ahead of it. Similarly for the title tag there, I've added some white space. So by white space, I mean some space characters or tab characters. Similarly here, so different tags have various amount or variable amount of white space inside of it. So this is actually known as indentation. Why is it important? It makes your code more readable. So how does it make your code more readable? So it provides it a hierarchical structure. So over here, as you can see, the first tag that you have is the HTML tag, and inside of it you have its two main components, the head and the body. And all of the content inside of the HTML, I have indented it one level. So all of them have equal amount of space. So let me collapse these ones for now. Okay. So inside of the HTML, you have two tags, the head tag and the body tag, and they are indented one level inside and all of them have the same level of indentation. Now let's open the head tag. Again, similarly for all the content inside of the head tag, I've indented it one level inside. Similarly for body, all of the content is indented one level inside. Now visually, when I look at this code, it's easy to understand what content is inside of the head tag and what content is inside of the body tag because of the indentation. And since we are using VS Code also provides these long vertical lines that help you understand where a tag starts and where the tag ends. Similarly, you have certain syntax highlighting that highlights the tags in a different color and the content of a tag in different colors. And similarly, it highlights the attributes with a different color. This makes the code readability better. When an element is contained within another element, you should indent it one level deeper than its parent element. So here I have a div element. Don't worry if you don't understand what the div element is used for. But here I have a div element, and inside of this div element I have another div element, and inside of this div element I have a paragraph element, and each of them are indented one level inside as we go deeper into the elements. So how do you actually indent it? How do you add these white spaces? So you can either use two spaces or you can use one tab to indent your code. But whatever you choose, make sure you're consistent with your indentation. So what do I mean by two spaces and one tab? So by default, my indentation already happens because of VS Code. Now you can either press space 2 times, it creates one level of indentation, and I can press the space bar twice more to create another level of indentation. Okay. Or you can use tabs. So one tab. So a tab may be equal to 4 spaces or tab may be equal to 2 spaces. You can configure that with the help of your VS Code settings. You can click on the settings and go open the settings for your VS Code and then search for indentation and make sure that you have turned on auto indentation for your VS Code editor so that it's automatically indented. And you can also set the size of the tab. So you can either set it to 2 white spaces or you can set it to 4 white spaces. I'm using the value 2. If you want, you can use 2 as well. Let's move on to HTML case sensitivity. So HTML tags are not case sensitive. So this means that you can either choose to write your tags in uppercase or you can choose to write your tags in lowercase, or you can also write it in a mix of uppercase and lowercase. However, the best practice is to pick one style and stick to it. And most of the times you'll only see the tags being written in lowercase, which is a generally accepted convention among web developers. So we've been writing the tags with lowercase tags, but even if you write it using uppercase tags, that will work perfectly. But that might look awkward to some other web developer who's used to seeing or who's used to writing your tags in lowercase. Hopefully you have been writing your HTML side by side along with these lessons, and you might have already realized it that HTML is quite a tolerant language. So you might have made a few mistakes, you might have missed a closing tag, or you might have missed an angular bracket, and somehow the web page that was rendered that looked perfectly fine. That's because HTML has a high tolerance for errors. Let's see that in practice. So let me remove all of this and let me do h1 hello. So this is valid HTML. I have properly closed my tags, but what if I accidentally forget to add this? Now this syntax is incorrect, but as you can see, this is still rendered perfectly because HTML makes guesses. It has guessed correctly that I have made a mistake over here and it has fixed this mistake itself. So my browser has automatically fixed this mistake. This is good news for you because this flexibility of HTML allows you to make mistakes in your HTML code but still end up with an output. So this means that someone who's new to HTML like yourself, you can still write your first few lines of code and see immediate results inside of the browser without being scared by the strict error messages or a blank page due to any minor mistake. So even though HTML will fix a lot of the mistakes for you, but it's not an excuse for you to write bad code or ignore best practices. You should not rely on a browser to fix your mistakes. Instead, always make sure that you're writing valid HTML. Because otherwise, if you have some mistakes, every browser might interpret that mistake differently. It might fix that mistake in a different manner and it might end up with your web page looking different on one browser and it might look different on another browser, thus leading to inconsistent behavior. So that's why I always make sure that you're writing valid HTML. One more thing that you need to make sure of when you're building websites or when you're building web apps is accessibility. So accessibility in the context of web design and web development is the practice of making or developing a website in a manner such that it is accessible to as many people as possible, especially for people that have disabilities and they don't have equal access to information and functionality. So this includes people with different physical disabilities or cognitive or sensory disabilities. Some people might be accessing the internet or accessing your website with the help of screen readers, so they might not have the best vision and they might be using tools like screen readers that read the content out loud. So you should make sure that you're designing your website in a way that it is compatible with screen readers as well as make sure that your websites can be navigated easily with the help of keyboards for users who don't have access to a mouse or who cannot use a mouse. Make sure that the color contrast is good, the color contrast is sufficient so that users that have vision deficiencies are able to correctly read the content. And make sure that you always provide some alternative text for images that describe the image content for people who are not able to view the images so that the screen readers can describe the images for them. And lastly, if you embed videos or audios, make sure that you're adding captions for people who are deaf or hard of hearing. So you'll cover the different tips and techniques on how to implement these considerations along the way throughout this course so that you're able to create more accessible websites. Now let's move on to a few other development practices. So we have already made use of a couple of different features provided by VS Code. We'll learn more along the way. Now, while development, you might encounter a few bugs or you might encounter something that is unexpected. The process of trying to figure out what's wrong with your code is known as debugging. The simplest way to debug your HTML web pages is by using the developer tools inside of your browser. So again, right click and click on the inspect button, and you will be able to see the exact HTML that is being rendered inside of your web page inside of the developer tools. Specifically under the elements tab, if there are any errors inside of your web page, you'll also be able to see that inside of the console. For now, I don't have any issues, but if you have any issues in your web pages, you will be able to see them underneath of this tab. Let's say you come across an issue. What you can do is copy that issue and paste and search it into Google to see what might be going wrong. So with that, we've reached the end of this module. We've covered some fundamental HTML habits and we've covered a few best practices to set you up for success while writing HTML. Remember that the best way to learn is through practice. So take your time and review your HTML documents and try out what you've learned so far. Play around with different elements that we have covered so far. Create new web pages, combine different elements, and keep practicing and writing code along the way. In the next modules, we'll look into more HTML tags, introduce new attributes, and dive deeper into styling. Until then, keep coding and keep exploring. So I'll see you in the next module. Hello and welcome to the second module of the HTML course. Before we dive into the different HTML tags, I wanted to do a quick lesson on styling. In this lesson, you'll learn the basics of CSS. You'll learn about the different ways to apply styles to your HTML elements, and you'll learn about a few commonly used CSS properties. One thing to note before we begin is that CSS is a vast topic in itself. In this course, we'll only be able to scratch the surface, but I highly recommend you learn about CSS separately apart from this course as well. However, I just wanted to give you enough knowledge to get started with styling your own HTML pages. So let's begin. First, a quick recap of what tags and attributes are. I hope you remember how a web page is built up of different elements like buttons, images, inputs, paragraphs, headings, and more. And to create these web pages, you make use of HTML. HTML lets you define the structure of a web page with the help of tags and attributes. Each tag helps you create an element on the web page. Tags are written using angular brackets, so angular brackets open, tag, and angular brackets close. Usually, tags consist of an opening tag, so this is an opening tag, and a closing tag. A closing tag looks similar to the opening tag, but it has an extra forward slash next to the opening angular bracket. These two tags actually wrap the content that is displayed inside of that element. For example, here you have a heading tag. This is the H1 opening tag and this is the H1 closing tag, and inside of it you have the content that forms this heading element. Then you have this paragraph element, again an opening p tag and a closing p tag, and inside of it is the paragraph text that will be rendered inside of this paragraph element. Similarly, for a button, an opening button tag and a closing button tag. But note that not all HTML tags have an opening and a closing tag. Sometimes there's just one tag, which is the opening tag, and sometimes it's also referred to as a self-closing tag. One example of a self-closing tag is the image tag or the img tag. For example, an opening tag for img, then it has the attribute src, And then there is no closing tag. Here the img tag does not require a closing tag. It also has an attribute src with the value, which is a link to the image that you want to display on the web page. This src is known as an attribute. The syntax to define attributes is the name of the attribute equals to, and within double quotes, the value of the attribute. The job of attributes is to provide extra pieces of information about that particular element. For a hyperlink tag, the A tag, the href attribute is used to define to the location where the user should be sent to when they click on that particular link. Attributes are also used for providing styling information about that element. Now let's take a look at how you can style your elements using attributes and CSS. CSS, or cascading style sheets, is a style sheet language used to describe the styles of an HTML document. CSS helps to define styles for an HTML element like its text colors, text size, background color, dimensions, etc. So these styles are described using predefined property and value pairs using the following syntax. So name of the property, property name, colon, and the value, and then a semicolon at the end. For example, you can set the text color of an element using the color property and set its value to a valid color. Color is a valid CSS property that sets the text color of any HTML element and sets it to this value red. Some other basic CSS properties are background color, which sets the background color of an element. So background hyphen color, this is the property name, colon, and the value of the color that you want to provide. Here I'm using a hex code for a color value. This is the code for the black color, and at the end we have a semicolon. Next we have font size, which sets the font size of any text element. Font hyphen size colon 16 pixels and a semicolon at the end. Width and height properties are used to set the width and height of an element. For example, width colon 100% semicolon at the end, and height colon 50 pixels and a semicolon at the end. Similarly, there are many such properties in CSS that help you customize the appearance of an HTML element. Okay, so now you know how to define a property and set its value, but where do you exactly write these styles inside of an HTML document? Well, there are a couple of ways to style your elements using CSS, and we are going to cover 3 in this lesson. Here I have my code editor open and I have a simple HTML document over here. So I have one h1 element that says hello world. Now I want to style this heading element and I want to make it red. Remember, what's the CSS property to change the text color? It's color. And the value that I want to set the text color to is red. But where should I place this property and its value inside of this HTML document? You can apply styles to an HTML element with the help of the style attribute. So here's the syntax of an attribute. Style equals to and double quotes. And inside of it goes the value for the style. Color red. Let me refresh this page. And now the heading is red in color. You can actually add multiple such property value pairs inside of this style attribute. So let's do background color. So each of these property value pairs are separated with the semicolon at the end. Now let's do background color. So the property to do that is background hyphen color. And let's set it to yellow. So background hyphen color colon and yellow. Let me refresh the page. Now the background color of this heading element has become yellow. Now one cool thing about VS Code is if you hover or click over this yellow icon over here, you can select any value from this color picker provided to you by VS Code. Now let's add one paragraph element and let's style it using the style attribute again. So now I've created a paragraph tag and set its background color to a light blue color. Now I want to create 2 more paragraphs and I want all of them to have this light blue color. All right, so I've added 2 more paragraphs and all of them have this light blue color. If I have more such paragraph elements, I will end up having to repeat this entire attribute and its value for each of the paragraph tag. Now to solve this problem, CSS provides you with something known as a selector. Now remember that in the previous lesson, we added some styles inside of the head tag using the style tag. So I've just added a style tag over here. And now I'm going to create a selector for the paragraph tag. So P and curly brace. So here, P is known as a tag selector. It's called a selector because it selects all the paragraphs inside of this HTML document and applies all the styles inside of these curly braces to all the paragraph elements that are rendered in the web page. So I'm going to remove this from all of these three tags and write it here. So I've removed the inline styles. What are inline styles? Inline styles are the styles that you write using the style attribute, and I've moved those styles using a tag selector inside of the style tag. Now, for readability purposes, instead of adding your styles in the same line next to each other, it's like this. It's better to move these individual property value pairs on a separate line. Again, pay attention to the indentation, how my styles inside of these curly braces are indented a level inside. Let's refresh this page and see if the styles have been applied or not. All right, so now all of my paragraphs inside of this document have a light blue background color and the text is a dark blue color. Now, if you will add more paragraph tags, all of them will have these styles applied to them as well. I've added two more paragraphs and now they also have these styles as well. But what if I want the background color of the last paragraph to be yellow? Now here's where you can actually use an inline style. I can do style equals to and then background color and set it to yellow. For this specific paragraph element, I've set its style to background color yellow. Now, one thing to note here is that inline styles are given more precedence or are given more importance to the final applied styles. So whatever you add inside of the style attribute, those styles will be taken as the final styles and applied to the elements in the final web page. Now, style is an attribute that you can add to all of the elements inside of the body tag. Now, let me introduce to you another global attribute, which is the class attribute. So, class equals to double quotes and a value inside of it. So here I have set the class attribute to special on these two paragraph elements. Now let's try to understand what classes are and why are they useful. One of the main use cases of the class attribute is for styling purposes. Now, just like how you set the style of this individual paragraph as background color to yellow, what if you wanted to have all of the paragraphs as background color light blue, but just for two special paragraphs, you wanted it to be background color yellow? Now you can obviously repeat these inline styles. Now, what if you have 20 different paragraphs that you want their background colors to be light blue and you have 5 special paragraphs and you want their background color to be light blue? Now, instead of repeating these inline styles, because inline styles are written in a way that these property value pairs are written in a single line, that's why they are called inline. They can become quite lengthy and make the code quite unreadable. Just like how in this case, these styles have taken the entire width and have added a scroll to my code editor. An easy way to apply a certain set of styles to some selected elements inside of our HTML element is with the help of classes. Now I've applied the same class to these two paragraph elements, and now I can use a class selector to apply styles to these two paragraphs. So a tag selector is the name of the tag itself, but a class selector is the name of the class, but it's preceded by a dot. Dot special will select all of the HTML elements which have the class special applied to them. So in this case, these two paragraph tags. Let's set their font size to 10 pixels. Font hyphen size and 10 pixels. All right, so both of these paragraphs that have the special class now have their font size set to 10 pixels. You can actually apply multiple classes to a single HTML element like this. So all of the classes are space separated. You can write classes like this: class 1, class 2, class 3, and then apply these styles like this: class 1, and then write some styles here, dot class 2, and apply some more styles here and so on. This helps you separate and keep your styling code at one place, which is inside of the style tag in this document, and keep your HTML tags at one place. As these styles will grow, you can actually move these styles to a separate CSS file like we did in the last lesson, and move them to a styles.css file and link them using the link tag inside of the head tag. One last global attribute that I want to talk about is the ID attribute. ID is another attribute that is used to apply styles to a particular element. An ID must be unique for an HTML element. So a class, the same class you can apply to multiple different HTML elements, but an ID should be unique for an element. No two elements on the same page must have the same value for the ID. So you cannot use the same ID and provide it to two different elements on the same HTML document. Let's refactor this code to use ID for applying this background color yellow instead. ID attribute is ID equals to and a value inside of here. So let's call this last. Now, as you can see, even though the same class special is applied to two different elements, we should not apply the same ID to two different elements. Okay, so for using tag selectors, you use the name of the tag itself. For class selectors, you use dot and the name of the class. And for ID selectors, you do hash and ID, the name of the ID. So in this case, the name of the ID that I used was last. So I'm going to use hash last, and within curly braces, apply the styles. So I had set it to background color yellow. I'm going to apply that background color to yellow. All right, so now my last paragraph still has this background color to yellow. Now I want to show you something inside of the developer tools. I've opened my developer tools using right click and this inspect option. You can search for the shortcut to opening up the developer tools inside of your browser if you prefer using keyboard shortcuts instead. All right, so as you can see here, I have my paragraph element with the class special applied to it. This paragraph element also has the class special applied to it, class 1, class 2, and class 3 applied to it. Now, in the below half of the developer tools, I have the styles tab. And here I have this option .cls. And when I click on it, I'm able to see all of the different classes that are applied to this element. So I've selected this element, the sp element over here, or the sp tag over here. And as you can see, it has class 1, class 2, class 3, and the special class applied to it. You can actually use the developer tools and toggle these classes. So when I uncheck this class 1, you can see the class 1 is removed from the HTML here. Note that this is just for development. This is temporary. It's not actually making changes inside of your actual .html file. It's just for development and debugging purposes, or just for experimentation inside of the browser itself. And one more cool thing is that you're able to see all of the styles and the definitions for the classes that are applied to this paragraph as well. So here's the definition for the class 2, class 1, special, P, and so on. You can double click on these properties and these values to edit it inside of the browser itself with the help of developer tools. Similarly, you can double click on an element and experiment and change these values and attributes inside of the browser itself. All right, now let's do one last thing and let's move these styles to an external style sheet. Remember what's the extension for a CSS file? It's .css. So I've created a styles.css file, and I'm going to move all of the styles inside of the style tag and then paste them inside of my styles.css file. Now as the last step, I just need to remove this style tag because it's empty. And I need to link my style sheet to this HTML document using the link tag. One more cool feature about VS Code is if you hover over an attribute, VS Code will actually provide you a definition of that attribute. So here, the definition of the rel attribute is that this attribute names the relationship of the linked document to the current document. So since I'm linking a style sheet, that's why the value of rel is set to style sheet. And then href provides you the URL of the linked resource. The URL or the path, we'll talk about absolute or relative paths in a later lesson, but for now, you can add styles.css, and this should work, and this should apply your styles as before. I've refreshed this page and my styles are still applied to my HTML document. All right, so with that, we've reached the end of this lesson. Let's do a quick recap. In this lesson, you learned about 3 global attributes: the style attribute, the class attribute, and the ID attribute. You also learned about 3 different types of CSS selectors: the tag selector, the class selector, and the ID selector. Each selector is followed by a block of styles. A block is represented using curly braces, and inside of which you can add property value pairs. So a few of the properties that we learned are color, to set the text color of an element, background color, to set the background color of an element, and font size, to set the font size of the text of an element. In the following lessons, we are going to focus more on the individual elements available to you in HTML and also learn about a few CSS properties that you can use to style those particular elements. I'll see you in the next lesson. Text is an important component in any web page. Whenever you come across a web page, there's a highly likelihood that majority of that web page is composed of just text. So that's why in this lesson, let's explore a few of the text elements provided to you in HTML, and let's also learn about a few of the text formatting techniques. So let's just jump right in. All right, so on the left, I have my code editor, and on the right, I have this index.html file open inside of my browser. Let's start writing an HTML document. The first thing is the doc type declaration. So, doc type HTML. Next, we have the HTML tag. This is also known as the root element. Then we have the head tag and a body tag. Let's set the title of this web page to text element, since we are going to be learning about text. Using the title tag, I'm going to set text elements in HTML. All right, so you can actually just write text directly inside of your bodies. This is text. Let me refresh my web page and I'm able to see some text. Let me open the developer tools. Here, as you can see, the body can contain text directly inside of it. But this is just a simple sentence. What if I have a long block of text or like multiple paragraphs? I have added 2 paragraphs inside of my body directly. So this is 1 paragraph, and here I've added a line space in between these 2 paragraphs. Let me refresh my web page. Okay, so as you can see, even though I created 2 separate paragraphs with the help of a line break, the text that is rendered inside of my web page is just one huge block of text. I wanted it to be 2 paragraphs, but it's not divided into 2 paragraphs. HTML has actually ignored the white space that I have added inside of my code editor. This is actually not very readable. Usually when you come across text on web pages or even inside of a book or a newspaper or a magazine, text is formatted into lists, it's formatted into headings and paragraphs, which makes it more readable to the viewer. That's why HTML has provided you with a couple of different text elements so that you can structure your text content properly inside of your web pages. Let's begin with the paragraph element that we have already covered. Now you can create a paragraph element using the p tag. Since I wanted 2 paragraphs, I'm going to wrap my first block of text inside of one p tag, and I'm going to wrap my second block of text inside of one more p tag. P opening tag and closing tag. I'm going to move this first paragraph inside of it. And I'm going to create one more paragraph. And I'm going to move this block of text inside of it. All right, now let's refresh the web page and see what happens. Now, as you can see, the text has been formatted into 2 paragraphs. I've opened my developer tools. Here you can see my first paragraph is this block of text, and here's my second paragraph. Paragraph is a block element. What do I mean by a block element? So a block element behaves in a certain way. So it takes up the entire space available to it. So as I shrink and I expand the available space, this paragraph takes up the entire width available to it. This P also adds certain white space which is denoted by these orange lines surrounding the paragraph element. Whenever you create a new paragraph element using the P tag, it will automatically move to the next line and will be surrounded by certain white space. Now this white space denoted by this orange color is also known as the margin. You can actually use CSS to customize this margin. You can decrease this margin or you can increase this margin as well. So here I have selected my P tag, and inside of my developer tools, I can directly apply the styles from here. Margin, the property to set the margin is called margin, and I don't want there to be any margin at all. So let's set it to 0. So for the first paragraph, I've set the margin to 0. That's why now you're not able to see any orange lines around of it. And similarly, you can do that with the second paragraph. Again, I'm going to set the margin property and set its value to 0. Now we still have two paragraphs and the second paragraph still starts on the next line, but there's no white space around them. Alright, now consider this another example. I have a poem and I've surrounded each line of this poem with the P tags. Again, I can use CSS to set the margin to 0 because I don't want this white space in between these individual lines. So let me try to do that with the style tag. Style. I'm going to use the tag selector for P and set the margin to 0 for all paragraph elements. Okay, so now my white space is gone. But what if there was a better way to do it? Because each of these lines are not really a paragraph. They're part of the same poem. It's just that they are on a separate line. So in this case, you can make of the line break tag or the BR tag instead of a paragraph tag. So I'm going to remove all of the P tags from this. All right. Now let's see how this looks like in the browser. And now I have these line breaks added inside of my browser. But let's try to understand what this BR tag does. And you'll notice one thing, this BR tag is a self-closing tag. So there's not a separate opening tag and a closing tag. So you don't actually write BR tags like this. A BR tag does not have a closing tag. It's just an opening tag, or sometimes developers might write it using this syntax. So this syntax is a self-closing syntax. This is similar to just this because a BR tag does not have a closing tag. This and this are the same thing. Now what does a BR tag do? It actually adds a line break. So you can think of it that this adds an enter inside of the web page. If I do not add the BR tag and I just add an enter inside of my text editor, this will be ignored by the browser. As you can see, I have removed the BR tag from here, and now this star twinkle with serene light has moved to the previous line. That's why the line break tag is needed. Now why does this tag not have a closing tag? That's because a line break tag does not really have any content inside of it. The line break tag just adds a line break in between two lines of text. So it doesn't make sense for it to have an opening and a closing tag because it will always remain empty even if it had an opening tag and a closing tag. And even if you put any content inside of it, it wouldn't matter because a BR tag is just for the purpose of adding a line break. So it's an empty tag, and empty tags don't have closing tags. Similarly, IMG is also an empty tag because it does not really have any text content inside of it. The content of an IMG tag is the image itself, which is described using the src attribute. That's why IMG tags don't have a closing tag, and sometimes you might also call them self-closing tags. So you might also use the self-closing syntax instead. So the self-closing syntax adds a / in the opening tag itself. Now you might be wondering, but what if I do close this BR tag? What if I do this instead? So instead of the self-closing syntax or just the opening tag, I've added a closing tag as well with the BR tag. Now let's see what happens. Okay, so I have this extra white space in between the first line and the second line. Let me open the developer tools and see what's going on. Here is my first line of text, and here is my first BR tag, which is the opening tag. And then here's another BR tag, even though I've added just one. Now here I have actually sort of made an HTML mistake, and since I told you HTML is a very tolerant language, it will try to fix this error itself. So it will think that I've made some syntax error and it is treating this BR tag as one tag and this BR tag as another tag. So that's why you are able to see two line break tags here in the developer tools. And that's why the first line break tag adds a line break after the first line of text, and the second line break tag adds this extra white space because now this second line of text has been moved to another line because of the second line break tag. That's why I always try to follow the rules of HTML. If it's an empty tag, do not try to close it, otherwise you will end up with unexpected behavior inside of your web pages. You've already learned about the h1 heading element, so let me add that inside of my body, h1. Now h1 stands for heading 1, which is the highest level of heading provided to you in HTML. But you have 6 different levels of headings in HTML from h1 to h6. So h2, heading 2, h3, heading 3, h4, heading 4, h5, heading 5, and lastly h6, heading 6. Now let me refresh my page. As you can see, each of these headings have some default styles applied to them. I have not styled them myself. So the h1 heading is the highest level of heading and it has the largest font size by default. Heading 2 has a slightly less font size, and gradually the font size of these headings decreases as you reach the heading 6. You should only use one h1 tag on a single HTML document because this is the main heading, and one HTML document should not have more than one h1 tag as a best practice. However, you can use the other headings as many times as you want to structure or divide your text content into separate headings, provide more hierarchical structure to your text content inside of your web pages. One more thing to note is that headings are also block level elements. Block level elements. What are block level elements? All block level elements take the entire width available to them. All of them take the entire width. Even though the text does not require the entire width, the element will still take the entire width, and all block level elements start on the next line. Lastly, let's take a look at a few text formatting elements in HTML. The first one is the B tag, and B here stands for bold. So whatever text that you wrap inside of the B tags, this text content is rendered as bold inside of the web page. This is and B bold. As you can see, the text inside of this B tag has been rendered as bold. Note that the B tag is different from the BR tag. The BR tag is the line break tag and the B tag is for bold. Similarly, for italics, you have the I tag. This is italic. Now, this is italic. The content inside of the I tags has been rendered as italic. Then you have the U tag that stands for underline. This is underlined. Then you have the S tag for strike through text. Now the content inside of the S tag is striked through. Next, you have the small tag that renders the content inside of it with a slightly smaller font size as compared to the default font size of the other text. Now you can notice the font difference between the small text and the rest of the text. And lastly, I want to show you this mark tag that highlights a piece of text. By default, the content inside of the mark tags has a background color yellow. There are more such text formatting tags that we'll take a look at in a future lesson. But before we end this lesson, one thing that I want you to observe is how all of these text formatting tags do not start on a new line, unlike the P or the H1 tags. So let me show you what I mean. I have added an H5 tag over here. Now remember how all heading tags are block elements, and a block element takes the entire space, starts on a new line, but these text formatting tags are not block elements. These are actually inline elements. What do I mean by an inline element? An inline element is rendered inline, so it's rendered in the same line. So when you do this and then add a B element or a bold element, it does not move to the next line. It's still in the same line as its previous element, which is this text. The width of this bold element is the width of the content inside of it, and it's in line, it's in the same line as the text before it. It's important for you to understand the difference between an inline element and a block element to understand how your HTML will actually look like inside of the web page and when to choose which type of element. In the next lesson, we'll learn more about inline and block elements and how you can combine these to create more complex layouts. Welcome to the third lesson in this module. In this lesson, you'll learn about the div and span elements, and you'll learn how to effectively use them to structure content on your web pages. You'll also further deep dive into what block elements are and what inline elements are. So let's begin. In the last lesson, you've already learned about block elements like P and the heading tags. Let's do a quick recap on what they are. Block level elements always start on a new line and take up the full width available to them. This means that if you add a paragraph element after another paragraph element, it will start on a new line and take up the entire width available to it. Inline elements, on the other hand, do not start on a new line and only take up as much width as needed. The width of an inline element is equal to the width of the content that it holds. A few examples of inline elements are the text formatting elements like the B tag, the I tag, the mark tag that I showed in the previous lesson. The img tag is also an inline tag. Here I've added two image tags to render two images. As you can see, both of these images have been rendered inline, and each of these images take up only as much space as needed. Unlike block elements, they do not take the entire width available to them. Similarly, hyperlinks or the A tags are also inline elements. Here I have created a hyperlink to my website with the help of the A tag. And here on the web page, this hyperlink is rendered inline with the image because both of these elements are inline elements. But if I add a block element in between of these two inline elements, for example, here I have added an H1 element or the heading tag. So here this H1 tag takes up the entire width and it moves on to the next line. It is not rendered next to the image element. It's moved to the next line. And since it takes up the entire width, the link also has moved to the next line because it does not have any space next to this heading element. That's why it has moved to the next line. Now let's take a look at one more inline element called span. I've wrapped this word inline in between these span tags, and notice how I'll zoom in. And notice how this inline word, which is wrapped within a span, is rendered inline. It is not moved to the next line. It is displayed next to this is. Now you might be wondering, what's the purpose of span? One of the purpose of span is to be able to isolate some part of your text or group a part of your text for styling purposes. So now I can apply certain styles to just this part of the text. So let's say I set the font color to green. Now only the text inside of the span has been converted to green color. This text is green. Okay, so here I have formatted my text for better readability. So I've moved the span tag to a next line. But since this is an inline element, the final output that is rendered in the web page still appears inline because the browser simply just ignores any white spaces or any line breaks that you add inside of your HTML code. Now, since span is inline, you can use it to just style a certain part of your text and still make it appear inline. Otherwise, if you would have used something like the p tag, since the p tag is a block element, this would have moved this part of the text to the next line because p is block element. You can use span to style or highlight small parts of your text inline, like a few words or a sentence, without affecting the surrounding content. For example, you can underline a few words inside of your paragraph with the help of span. Span is also referred to as a container element because it wraps or contains a piece of text. Now, another container element in HTML is the div element. So you've already seen this div element when I showed you the HTML structure of Google's homepage. Let's take a look at what div actually does or what it is used for. Div is again a container element, but it is a block element. Now here I have added two div elements and I've added some text inside of these div elements. As you can see, both of these divs are rendered into separate lines and they take up the entire width. However, notice one thing, by default, the div element does not have any margin surrounding it. So if you use the p tags instead, with the p tags you actually get some margin, but by default div elements do not have any margins surrounding them. One major use case of div is to group together related elements. So let's say you are creating a section of content inside of your web page. Let's say your section has a heading, it has 2 or 3 paragraphs, and let's say at the end of that section there is a button tag. So here is my section. You can have multiple such sections inside of your web page. So just like how inside of a newspaper, you have different news and each of these news articles have different headings associated with them. Similarly, you can have multiple sections inside of a web page. So I'm going to create one more section. Now, remember how I said that you can only have one h1 tag in an HTML document. So I'm going to make this second section as h2. Okay. Now I want the first section's background color to be yellow and I want the second section's background color to be light blue. If you remember from the first lesson in this module, you know that there are a couple of different ways to style your HTML elements. So one way to do that is that I add inline styles to each of these individual elements with the help of the style attribute. I could do something like this: style background color, set it to yellow. And I can apply this to all of the elements in my first section. So now the background color of all of my elements in the first section is yellow, but this looks a bit awkward. There is a certain spacing between these elements and I don't want it to look like this. I want the entire section to have one solid background color set to yellow. Why is this happening? Because if you remember, the heading elements and the paragraph elements are block elements. You see this orange section is the margin. When you apply background color to an element, the style or the background is not applied to the area where the margin is. Now one way to remove this is to remove the margin, but then you won't have these white spaces. And another issue in this case is that the background color of the button is applied to the background of the button itself. I want this entire space surrounding the button to be yellow as well. One way to do that is to apply style background color to the entire body. Okay, now everything is yellow in color, but I don't want this second section to have the yellow color. Now what I can do is go ahead and apply this inline style to these individual elements of the second section and set it to light blue. So I went ahead and set the background color of the second section's elements as blue. Again, we have the same problem where there is the margin, the background color blue, is not applied. Here's where divs come in. You can use div to group together sections of related elements. So since this is the first section, I am going to move this inside of a div element. I'm going to create a div and I'm going to move this section inside of this div. Okay. And I'm also going to remove the style from the body, and I'm going to remove the style from the individual elements and apply it to the div instead. Alright, so now this is more close to what I want. Now my entire first section has been grouped inside of a div. As you can see, I hover over this div, the entire first section is selected. I can do the same thing with the second section as well. I've grouped the second section together inside of a div element as well. Now I have my desired output. Now my code is also more readable because I have grouped together elements and given them a proper structure, and this makes it more readable. That's why div is known as a container element, because it contains multiple different related elements. One more cool thing about this div is if I set the text color to green for the first section, all of the elements that are inside of this div will also inherit the text color from the parent element. So this is known as nesting. Nesting means that you have placed an element inside of another element. So when I apply styles to the parent element, the div in this case is the parent element and these are its children element. Now the children element will inherit styles. There are certain rules on how they will inherit the styles from their parent element. So that's why when you set the text color to green for the div, now all the children elements of this div also have the text color set to green. So it also makes it easier for you to style a group of elements. I want to talk a little bit more about nesting. Nesting is placing a tag within another tag. Here are a few examples of nesting. Since the beginning, you have nested the title tag inside of the head tag, and you've been nesting your visible elements inside of the body tag. But there are certain rules on how you can nest block and inline elements. Block level elements are designed to structure the document into larger sections like paragraphs, lists, headers, etc. So these are examples of block elements. Div is a block element, paragraph or the p tag is a block element, and all the heading tags are block elements. Now you can nest inline elements and other block elements within block level elements. So here, since div is a block element, you have nested a block element, heading is a block element, and other block elements inside of the div element. Buttons are inline elements. The button does not take the entire width. So you can nest both block elements and inline elements inside of block elements. Inline elements, on the other hand, are meant to be a part of the block element. They are part of a block of content without breaking the flow of that content. They're used within block level elements to format smaller chunks of content like a span of text within a paragraph. A few examples of inline elements are span, the A tag, which is used to create hyperlinks, the img tag, the line break tag, button tag, and the B or other text formatting tags. You must not nest block level elements inside inline elements. Inline elements are designed to flow within the text or other inline content. So inline elements are supposed to be inline. If you nest a block element inside of the inline element, then it is not inline anymore. Nesting a block level element inside an inline element disrupts this inline flow, leading to unpredictable rendering and layout issues. For example, here I have a div, and inside of the div I have a span, which is an inline element. This is valid HTML. In the next line, I have done something like this. Inside of a span, I have added a block element, but span is an inline element. Now, because div is block, now the span also acts like a block. This has defeated the purpose of the span. According to the HTML specification, nesting block level elements inside of inline elements is semantically incorrect. So even though it will render inside of the browser, but it is semantically incorrect, which means that the meaning of that HTML structure is incorrect. Inline elements are intended for phrasing content which does not include block level elements. Different browsers might handle this incorrect nesting in various ways. Again, if you try to do something which is not meant to be done in HTML, the browser will try to make guesses and fix those issues itself, which might lead to inconsistent behavior across different devices or across different browsers. And it is also bad for accessibility. Nesting block level elements within inline elements can confuse the structure, making it difficult for these technologies like screen readers to navigate and interpret that content correctly. I hope now you have a better understanding of inline elements and block elements and when and where to use them. In this lesson, you've covered the basics of span and div elements. You've learned how span is useful for inline styling and it's perfect for small scale formatting within text. On the other hand, div is your go-to for larger block divisions and structuring your web pages. Both elements are equally important for organizing your content on your web pages and for sophisticated CSS styling. As you continue and learn more about HTML and CSS, you'll be using these elements quite frequently to create complex layouts on your web pages. That's it for this lesson. I'll see you in the next one. In this lesson, you'll learn how to create hyperlinks. You'll learn how to use the A tag. You'll also learn how to link to external websites as well as link to pages within your own site. You'll learn about the concept of absolute versus relative URLs. So let's begin. When you build a website, you usually add a couple of different pages like a home page, an about page, a contact page, etc. But how do you connect these different pages together so that a user is able to navigate from the home page to the contact page and from the contact page to back to the home page? Well, you do that with the help of something known as hyperlinks, and I'm pretty sure you've already used them while browsing through the internet. They are used for navigation and they let you click and jump from one page to another. Or you can also go from one website to a completely different website. To create hyperlinks in HTML, you use the A tag, which stands for anchor. So A tags are also sometimes referred to as anchor tags. Or hyperlinks are also sometimes referred to as anchor links. The term anchor is used because these links serve as anchor points in a web page, allowing users to jump from specific locations either within the same page or to different pages or resources on the internet. Alright, back to my code editor. Here's how you create a simple hyperlink. In the opening anchor tag, I have one attribute, href, and the value I have set to the absolute URL to my website, www.thecodedose.com. And I want this text to appear on the link, and if I click on this link, let's see what happens. I am now taken to the CodeDose website. So this href attribute is used to define the destination of this anchor link. In this case, the destination is the codedose.com, and this is an external website. So this HTML document is a local website that just exists inside of my computer system, but it links to this external website, which is the codedose.com. Every website or every web page on the internet has an address, and that address is specified with the help of a URL. URL stands for Uniform Resource Locator, and you can think of a URL as the location of a resource like a web page or an image on the internet. Every resource on the web, including images, files, videos, etc., has an address. So https thecodedose.com is the home page of my website. https thecodedose.com/assets/monitorhomeoffice.webp is the address or the URL of this image over here. Similarly, https thecodedose.com/assets/pdf/binary-search.pdf is the URL or the web address for this PDF file. Similarly, when you open a local HTML file in your browser, in the address bar, you'll be able to see a file path instead of a URL. So far we've been using a local website, and In this website, you've been using a local path to a file. So in this case, the location of this index.html file inside of my computer system acts as an address for my local website. So here the address of this index.html file is users file slash users slash urvashi slash work hello world slash index.html. The path would be different for you depending on where the file is located inside of your file system and as well as your operating system. Now, this path means that inside of my users directory, there is an Urvashi directory inside of which there's a work directory inside of which I have created a hello world directory that we created in the second lesson of this course. And inside of this directory is where this index.html file is. Similarly, if I create another file called about.html, so I've created another file inside of my hello world directory called about.html, and I can copy its path and open this file inside of my browser using this file path. So now I'm able to see this about heading inside of this website or this web page. So far, the URLs that we've been using have been absolute URLs, which means they are complete URLs. So in this case, this is my file path, and this file path is the complete file path. It starts from the root directory and then gives the complete address of this web page. Similarly, for this web page on my website, the blog web page, the absolute URL is thecodedos.com/blog. It is the complete web address of this web page, starting from a protocol. HTTPS is known as a protocol. This is the domain, and this is the file path. So these are known as absolute paths or absolute URLs. Let's do one thing. Let me copy the file path, the absolute file path for my about.html file, and add a link to the about page inside of my home page. About. Here's my index.html file, and I'm able to see this about link, and when I click on it, it takes me to my about page. Now let's say I have a couple of different web pages inside of my website. I have an about page, I have a contact page, I have a blog page. Now writing the complete URL for every single link might be a tedious task. What you can use instead of an absolute path is a relative path. A relative URL or a relative path points to a resource in relation to the current document's URL. It omits the protocol and domain name and just specifies the path. So what is the path? So let's say the complete URL is https thecodedos.com/blog. Here, the HTTP or HTTPS is known as the protocol. The domain name in this case is thecodedos.com, and the path in this case is /blog. So whatever comes after the domain is the path. So when you create relative URLs, you omit the protocol and the domain name and just specify the path. So the protocol and domain name exist in case of a website that's on the internet. In the case of a local URL or a local file path, so in this case, these are the two complete absolute file paths. Both of these files have the same path up till the hello world directory. You can omit this and use just the relative path instead. Instead of adding the complete file path, I have just added a relative file path. So here, now this works like before. Now here, as you can see, the href or the URL that I've provided is a relative URL. Now let's play around with the relative URLs a bit more. Okay, I'll create another directory inside of my hello world directory, and I'll call it blog, and inside of the blog I'm going to add 1.html, and I'm also going to add 2.html. Okay, So inside of my 2.html file, I have created one heading that says 2, and inside of 1.html file, I have created one heading that says 1. So this is the path of my index.html file, and this is the path of my 1.html file. Now let's omit whatever is the same. Now inside of my index.html file, the relative path for 1.html becomes blog/1.html and 1. Let's try it out. It works. Now you can think of relative paths in this way. So when you add an anchored link with a relative path, what happens is it takes this relative path and it replaces the last portion of this path with the relative path that you've provided in href. For example, let's say you have these 4 relative anchor links. Now if I click on this link a/b/1.html, this will take me to, so since this file does not really exist, that's why you see your file cannot be accessed. But if you notice that the file path that this file has taken us to is this file path. a/b/1.html becomes hello world/a/b/1.html. Similarly, can you guess what will be for this anchor link? It will be hello world/c/1.html, and here it will be hello world/x/1.html. But how will you link back to the home page from 1.html? So this is the path of 1.html, and this is the relative link that you have provided. So how does relative link work? It replaces the last file path with the provided href value. So here in this case, this will become the complete link. It will actually take you to this URL. But index.html does not exist inside of blog. It actually exists in hello world/index.html. This will be incorrect. Here if I click on this link, as you can see, the file path that this link takes me to is incorrect. It takes me to hello world/blog/index.html, which is incorrect. So how do you fix this? The way to do that is using .. What is meant by .. So you can think of it that this omits this one block. Okay, but what if I do .. then this will omit this as well. So now the final link will become work/index.html. You can think of 2 dots as stepping outside a directory. So here, as you can see, the .. /index.html link takes me to urvashi/work/index.html. So it takes me outside of the 2 directories. Okay, let's do one final exercise before we end this lesson. So right now I am inside 2.html, and the file path of 2.html is hello world/blog. I'm inside blog/2.html, and I want to create a link inside of 2.html so that it takes me to the about page. I'll show you the file paths for both of these files. So I'm currently inside hello world/blog/2.html, and I want to add a link inside of this 2.html file so that it takes me to hello world/about.html. Can you guess what will be the relative URL in this case? So the final path is obviously going to be about.html. Okay. But if you do about.html, this is going to replace the current file path, which is 2.html. So the final link in this case will become about.blog/about.html. But I want to go outside of this blog directory as well. Now the way to do that is to add .. All right. Now let's see this in action, if it works or not. So I am inside 2.html. Let's click on this about link and it takes me to about.html. All right, so I hope you understood the difference between absolute and relative URLs. Now you also know how to connect different parts of your own website as well as link to external websites from your own website. I'll see you in the next lesson where you learn about lists. Hello and welcome to another lesson. Today we are going to learn about lists in HTML. So lists are a structured way of organizing your content on your web pages. In this lesson, you'll understand the fundamental types of lists that are available to you in HTML, how you can effectively use and style lists, as well as how you can create lists within other lists. So let's begin. You can create three types of lists in HTML: ordered lists, unordered lists, and description lists. Let me show you an example. Here I have three lists. The first one is an ordered list. It's called ordered because the list items in this list are ordered in a numerical order. The second list is an unordered list. There's no particular order. It's just a simple bulleted unordered list. And this third list is a description list. A description list has a term and a description associated with it. So it's a list of terms and descriptions. That's why it's called a description list. This is the HTML structure of these three types of lists. So the first ordered list is created using an OL tag. OL here stands for ordered list, and each of these items in this list are wrapped within LI tags. LI stands for list item. Similarly, there's a UL tag, which is used for creating an unordered list, and wrapped within this UL tag are three list items. Each list item is created using the LI tag. And lastly, you have the description list. A description list is created using the DL tag, that stands for description list. Unlike ordered and unordered lists, the description list does not use this LI or list item tag. Instead, it uses a pair of DT and DD list items. This is just a quick overview. Let's dive into each of these types of lists one by one, starting with ordered lists. Every list contains some list items. For ordered and unordered lists, these list items are represented using the LI tags. The list item tag or the LI tag has an opening tag and a closing tag, and the content inside of this tag forms the list item. So let me add another list item to this list. LI, another list item, and a closing tag. So let me refresh this web page. And here my last list item has been added to this ordered list. To provide an ordering to these list items, you need to wrap these list items or nest these list items within a list tag. So since we want to create an ordered list in this case, I'm going to wrap it inside of the ordered list tag. The ordered list tag is an OL tag, and similar to the LI tag, it also has an opening tag and a closing tag. Let's create one more list. Let's create a list of programming languages. LI, first list item, let's add Python. Another list item, I'm going to add C. One more list item, Java, C++, C Sharp. Okay, let me refresh. Now another list has been created inside of my web page, and you don't need to provide this ordering. Once you wrap these list items within this ordered list tag, the ordering will automatically be provided. My first item is given the first number, the second item in the list has been given the second number, and so on. But in case you don't want to use a numerical ordering, HTML provides you with a few other types of ordering in the ordered list. You can use the type attribute to specify the type of order you want for your ordered list. Following are the valid values that you can pick from. This is the default numerical order starting from 1. You can also use a lowercase alphabetical order, an uppercase alphabetical order, a lowercase Roman numerical order, or an uppercase Roman numerical order. Let's try these out one by one. To change the type of ordering, you use the type attribute. By default, we are using this ordering 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's try a lowercase alphabetical order. As you can see, the ordering has been changed from 1, 2, 3, 4 to A, B, C, D, E. Let's try an uppercase alphabetical order. So I've set the type to a capital A. Now my ordering has changed to a capital A, B, C, D, E. Let's try the lowercase numerical and the uppercase numerical orders as well. Lowercase 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the capital I for uppercase Roman order 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can also provide an offset to your list. What I mean is, if you don't want your list to start from 1, you can provide it a starting initial value, let's say from 5, so that the items in your list start from the number 5 and count up from there. To set an offset, you use the start attribute. So I've set the start to 3, and here, as you can see, now my list starts from 3 and counts up from there 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You can do this with any type. Let's try it with the alphabetical order as well. Now my list starts from C, which is the third item in an alphabetical ordering, C, D, E, F, and G. One more attribute that is commonly used in ordered list is the reversed attribute. Here I've set the reversed to true because I want my list to be reversed. What this does is it reverses the ordering. So instead of it being A, B, C, D, and E, the ordering has now become E, D, C, B, and A. Notice that only the ordering has reversed, the items have not reversed. Let's try it out with the default numerical ordering. For type equals 1 and reversed equals true, the ordering becomes 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. One thing to note is that this reversed attribute is a Boolean attribute. This means that you can simply include the attribute reversed in the tag without explicitly providing a value to this attribute. So you can simply do OL type equals A and reversed. So here I'm going to remove this value from the reversed attribute. And as you can see, this still works perfectly. If you don't know what Booleans are, let me give you a quick overview. Imagine you have a light switch. The light switch can be in two states, either on or off. Ideally, it cannot be in a third stage. It will either be always on or it will be off. There's no in between. In the world of computers, we have something similar called Booleans. Booleans are like the simplest form of a light switch for computers. They can also be in just two states, either on or off, and these two states in computers are represented by the values true for on and false for off. So just like the light switch, there's nothing in between. Booleans only have two values, true or false. So when you tell a computer something using a Boolean, you're basically saying it's either on or off, just like a light switch. So when you do reversed equals to true, you're basically telling the computer that reversed should be on. And one cool thing about Boolean attributes in HTML is that when you use a Boolean attribute, simply including the attribute name in the element implies that the value is true, and omitting the attribute altogether implies that the value is false. You don't need to explicitly state attribute equals to true or attribute equals to false. So what do I mean? If you simply just do reversed, this is automatically treated as reversed equals to true, and if reversed attribute is absent from the tag, this will be treated as reversed equals to false. So whenever you come across Boolean attributes, you don't need to explicitly provide a value to that attribute. Okay, so now let's move on to unordered lists. In unordered lists, you don't have any order. The default unordered list in HTML is a bulleted list. For creating an unordered list, you use the unordered tag instead. So the unordered list tag is called UL. I'm going to update the closing tag as well. Now let's refresh. So here now my list has been converted from an ordered list to an unordered list. Before we proceed with unordered list, I want to show you a cool HTML extension at this point. So go to your extensions tab and search for the auto rename tag extension. What this extension does is it automatically renames a pair of HTML tags. What this means is if you do something like this, now as I edit my opening tag, this extension is automatically updating the closing tag as well. This helps you become more productive as an HTML developer. By default, unordered lists are rendered as bulleted lists, but you can style the UL list items using a CSS property called list style type. Let's try it out. To write CSS within your tags, you use the style attribute. And let's use the list style type item. And here I'm using square. Using square changes the bulleted list to a square icon instead. Let's try circle. Now instead of a square or a bullet, we have an empty circle. And one last value, none. Setting the list style type to none will remove the bullets or any icons from the list item. Now let's talk about the last type of list, which is the description list. For creating a description list, you use the DL tag. I'm going to change this UL into a DL. The description list is a special type of list that is used to list terms along with their respective explanations or descriptions. You can create a description list using the DL tag. Description lists, however, don't use the li tag for creating a list item. They use a combination of two tags, the dt and the dd tag, to form a list item. In a description list, a list item is composed of two items, a term and a description. The term is created using the dt tag. This tag represents the term or the heading for a description in the list, and the dd tag represents the description or details associated with the respective term. So I've already created a description list, but now I need to add some items to it. A list item in a description list is composed of a dt tag and a dd tag. Let me refresh. Here's a description list with one list item. Let's add more list items to this list. DT CSS and a description for CSS. All right. Similarly, you can add more list items to a description list as DT-DD pairs. JavaScript, JavaScript, I guess. JS and JavaScript. Now you know how to create three different types of lists in HTML: ordered lists, unordered lists, and description lists. Now let's take a look at how you can create more complex lists with the help of list nesting. HTML allows you to place one list inside another, creating a hierarchy of information. This is also referred to as nesting, and it allows for a more structured and organized representation of content. You can nest ordered lists within unordered lists or vice versa. And you can even nest description lists within other lists. Here I have an unordered list, and this unordered list has just one list item. But this list item is composed of some text and an ordered list. So I have nested an ordered list as a list item inside of an unordered list. Here's how it looks in the browser. This is, since we have only one list item in the unordered list, there's just one bullet point. And this list item contains this web development text and an ordered list. Similarly, I can add more list items to this list. One more item. This is a simple list item. These two list items are at the same level and they are nested directly inside the unordered list. That's why they are rendered at the same level in the browser as well. Let's add a third list item that is also an ordered list. Let's say app development, and I want there to be an ordered list. I've added a third list item that has an app development text node and an ordered list of 3 items. Here I have nested an ordered list inside of an unordered list. You can also nest an unordered list inside of an ordered list. So I've converted this list into an unordered list, and as you can see, to represent its hierarchical nature, the list style type has automatically changed from a bullet to a circle. I've not applied any styles to it myself. Similarly, you can do that with an ordered list. Here I've converted the outer list into an ordered list and the inner list into an ordered list as well. Let's change the type. This is how you can create more complex lists in HTML. Similarly, you can also nest description lists as list items within a list of another type. Before we end this lesson, let's take a look at what kind of elements these list elements are. All of the 3 types of list tags, UL, OL, and DL, are block level elements. This means that they start on a new line and take up the full width available to them, stretching out to the left and right as far as possible. The list item element used within UL and OL tags to represent list items is also considered a block level element. It behaves similarly, starting out on a new line and occupying the full width of its parent container. It's more apparent here. Each of the list item starts on a new line, and all of the lists also start on a new line. Similarly, the DT and DD elements are also traditionally block level elements. In HTML, it is not valid to directly place a div element within an ordered list or an unordered list. So you cannot place a div inside of an ordered list or an unordered list. However, you can place the div inside of an li element. You can place a div inside of a list item, but you cannot place a div directly inside of an ordered list or an unordered list. Placing a div inside of a list item can help you group multiple different elements together within a single list item. For example, here in my list item, I have 2 different types of children. So I can wrap both of them inside of a div. And this is valid in HTML. However, you cannot directly place a div inside of an ordered or an unordered list. With this, we've reached the end of this lesson. Hopefully, now you understand the different types of lists in HTML, like ordered, unordered, and description lists. This will be useful for creating neat and organized content on websites. As you move forward, you'll explore more about HTML and be able to build your own website step by step. I'll see you in the next lesson. Welcome to the last lesson in this module. In this lesson, you'll learn how to display some content in a tabular format using tables. You'll learn about the various components that make up a table in HTML, and you'll also learn how to effectively use and style tables. Let's start with the table tag. You can create a table in HTML using a table tag. This tag defines the table structure and is the container for all table-related elements. A table contains the following components: a header. This is where you place the headings, which are like labels for each column. A body. Here's the heart of your table. You add rows, columns, and the actual data inside of this body. And lastly, you have a footer for your table, which is used to sum up or concluding your table's information. Let me show you an example inside of a web page and explain to you visually what's the header, what's the body, and what's the footer. Here's an example table inside of HTML. The first row contains the headings, month, and sales. This heading row is a part of the header of this table. The next 3 rows, January, February, March, 1200, 1500, and 1800, are the respective data that follow under these 2 columns described by these headings. These three rows form the body of your table, and at the last we have the footer. This footer sums up the information provided in this table. Here it provides a sum of all the sales made in these 3 months. As you can see, this table has been created using the table tag in HTML. Let's start with the table header. The table header is created using the t-head tag. This t-head tag defines the header section of your table. Every table is divided into rows and columns. Rows are horizontal rows and a column is this. So this table has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows and it has 2 columns. Each of these boxes that are formed within these rows and columns are also known as cells. Let's start building a table of our own. I've already created a table tag, and inside of this table tag, the first part of the table, which is the table header, and for that I'm going to use the t-head tag. Now the header composes of a row or multiple rows if you want, and these rows are used to set the titles of each of the columns. To create a row in a table, you use the tr tag. So now we have created our first row inside of this table. Now we'll need to add some data inside of our row, which will be placed in these individual cells. Let's start with name, age, and city. To add a piece of data inside of the header, we use the th tag. This also stands for table heading. The th element represents a header cell in a table. So the th tag is used to create a cell inside of the header. Since we have 3 th tags, we have created 3 cells inside of the header, and this is how they will look like inside of our web page. Notice that right now I do not have any borders around of this. To add a border to your table, you need to use the border attribute and set it to a thickness. Let's set the border to 1 and see how that looks like. Now you're able to see the individual cells better with the help of the border. You can actually have multiple rows inside of the table header. So let me create another row. Here I have created one more row inside of my table head. And again, I have provided 3 cells inside of this table row. The first cell is used to add some extra information about this table headings, and I've kept the second cell as empty. And for the third cell, again, I've provided some more information about this heading. Let's see what would happen if I add one more table cell inside of the second row. So here, since the first row does not have 4 columns, this space has been displayed as empty space. I'll remove it for now. Now let's move on to the table body. A table body is created using the tbody tag. Now, similar to the table head, inside of the body as well, you create rows and then you add some cells inside of those rows. So let's add one table row. And let's add some cell data for each of these columns. Now to add cell data inside of the tbody, instead of using the th tag, you use the td tag. The td tag represents a data cell in a table, whereas the th tag represents a header cell. Since the first column is name, I'm going to add the first cell and set it to John. Second column is age, so the second table data I have added is 25, representing the age. Third cell that I've added a city according to the column. Let's refresh and see what happens. So here, as you can see, one more row has been added with 3 cells. Notice the difference between the header cells. These 6 cells are header cells and these are normal table data cells. The header cells are automatically represented as bold where the cells inside of the table's body are rendered as regular text. Let's add a couple more rows to this table. To create a row, you use the tr tag, and inside of this row, let's add 3 more cells. Alright, so here inside of the body of this table, I have 3 rows, 1, 2, and 3. And this is how they look like inside of the web page. Lastly, let's take a look at the table footer. To create a footer inside of the table, you use the tfoot element. Again, inside of the footer also you will create a row and add some cells to that row. To create a row inside of the footer, you use the regular tr tag or the table row tag, and similarly to the body, here also you use the td tag to add cell data inside of the footer. Since the purpose of the table footer is to summarize the data of a table body, here I have added one cell that says average age, and I've added the average age inside of the second cell. If you want, you can add an empty cell as the third cell, td, and there you go, an empty cell has been added here. Now let's take a look at a few commonly used table attributes. We have already added the border attribute to define the thickness of the border around the table. Next, let's take a look at the cell padding attribute. The cell padding attribute controls the space between the cell content and its border. So let me adjust this cell padding to show you what the space exactly is. Notice how the padding inside these cells has increased, and I set the value to 10. Let's set it to 0 and see how it looks like. Now the cell padding has decreased to 0. Let's set it to 5. Now some more padding has been added around this cell. Next up is cell spacing. The cell spacing attribute is used to manage the space between the cells in your table. This empty space that you see in between of these borders, this is cell spacing. Let me set the cell spacing to 0 so that it's more noticeable. Now as you can see, the space around or in between the borders of the cell and the table border has been set to 0. Next, the width and height attributes. You can specify the dimensions of your table using the width and height attributes. So let's apply that to this table. So I've set the width to 100%. This means that now this table will take 100% of the space available to it. So when I refresh this page, this table should span the entire width that you see here. After refreshing, you can see that the table now takes 100% of the width. The align attribute is used to align your table with its parent element. Let me remove this width 100% for now to explain what the align attribute actually does. Now that this table has reverted back to its original width, I'm going to set the align to center. What this align attribute did was that it aligned this table in the center of the parent, which is in the center of the body. So it was previously left aligned. The table started from the left end here, but now it has moved to the center. You can align it to the right as well. Now as you can see, the table has been aligned towards the right of its parent. Two more interesting attributes are the col span and row span attributes. You can merge multiple cells horizontally using col span, or you can merge multiple rows vertically using row span. So let me show you what I mean by that. So here in my table, if I want to merge this cell with this empty cell, I can use the col span attribute. So horizontally, you can merge two cells using the col span attribute. So I'm going to add the col span attribute to this cell over here to TD30 col span. And I want this cell to span two cells instead of the default one. So I'm going to set the col span value to 2. Now, as you can see, this cell spans two columns, and this third cell creates an entirely new column inside of the table. I can remove this third empty cell, and here's how my table looks like now. Now let's use the row span attribute. The row span attribute makes a cell span multiple rows vertically. So I'm going to span this first name cell. I want it to span 2 rows instead of 1. So I'm going to apply it to the row span attribute and set it to 2 for name. Now as you can see, this name cell takes 2 rows instead of 1. And the next row has been shifted, and again a new empty column has been created at the end. Now I can simply just move this text inside of this column. So I removed the first cell from the second table header row. Now the second row inside of the table head only has two cells, 1 and 2. And the first cell inside of the first row, spans 2 rows instead. So these two attributes are helpful in creating more intricate table structures in HTML. Now let's take a look at how you can style tables in HTML. Some key CSS properties that are used for styling tables are, first you have border styling. So you can change the thickness, the type of the border and the color of the border using CSS like this. I'm going to remove the border attribute and use CSS to style the border instead. Now, I'm going to use the style attribute and set the border to 1 pixel solid blue. Let's see if I refresh what happens. Since I've removed the border attribute from the table, the borders from the cells and the rows have disappeared. But you can add that back using the inline style attribute. I've added the border to the first 3 cells in this table, and you can see these 3 cells have a border of 1 pixel and in the blue color. You can use the tag selector to apply this border to all of the THTD and table elements at once instead of specifying them as inline styles on individual elements. Next, you can adjust the cell padding by using the padding CSS property on the cell tags. The cell tags are the TH and the TD tags. You can use the padding CSS property to adjust the cell padding instead of the cell padding attribute. You can also adjust the fonts and the colors of a table using the font size, color and background color properties. So let's try it out. So inside of my table tag here, I'm going to add a background color pink. So now as you can see, now my table's background color has been converted to pink. Now before we end this lesson, let's take a look at nesting inside of tables. Nesting tables refers to placing one table inside of another. This technique can be useful for more complex data presentation, but it should be used judiciously to maintain readability and accessibility. Nesting tables is appropriate when you have data that naturally falls into a multi-layered structure. For example, a financial report. You might nest a detailed breakdown of expenses within a broader category. So to nest a table, you can simply insert a new table element within a table cell element. Let's take a look at an example. Here I have one table. This is the main table and it has one row. This row has 3 table cells, main table cell 1, main table cell 2. And inside of the third cell, I have nested another table. So this third cell contains one more table. And this table again has one row and 2 nested cells. So this is how a table will look like inside of another table. Always try to keep your nested tables as simple as possible because this over nesting can lead to confusion and make your HTML difficult to maintain. Remember that nested tables can be challenging for screen readers and other assistive technologies, so you should use them sparingly and ensure that your tables are accessible. So you can nest tables within other tables, but you should generally try to avoid doing that because this poses some accessibility challenges. With this, we've reached the end of this lesson. In this lesson, you've learned the essentials of creating and styling HTML tables. You've learned about the different components of the table, the header, the body, and the footer. You've also explored different HTML table attributes like border, cell padding, cell spacing, and more. And you've also taken a look at a few CSS properties that can help you style your tables. And lastly, you've explored how to nest tables for more complex data presentation. That's all for this module. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the third module in this HTML course. In today's lesson, we are going to learn about images in HTML. By the end of this lesson, you'll be familiar with using the img tag to embed images in an HTML document, creating clickable images using the map and area tags, and also take a quick look at the canvas tag and what it's used for. So let's begin. I've already shown you the img tag in the previous lessons, but now let's take a deeper look into it. The img tag is used to add images to your web pages. It's a self-closing tag, which means it does not need a closing tag. With img, you only require an opening tag. So here's how you use the img tag. This tag will include an image located at this address https://upload.wikimedia.org. The image at this address will be included into the web page. You can either use an absolute URL or a relative URL in the src attribute. An absolute URL points directly to the location of the image on the internet. Like in this example, we are using an absolute URL. It's a complete address. Otherwise, you can also use a relative URL that refers to the image in relation to the current location of that HTML file. This is useful when the image is hosted on the same server as your website. Let's understand it with the help of a practical example. Here I have my code editor on the left and the browser on the right. First, let's create an image with an absolute URL. Here I have an image of a cat and the address of this image is this URL. I've copied this URL and provided it to the src attribute inside of the img tag. Now let me open this index.html file in my browser. Now, as you can see, this image has been included inside of my web page. This is an example of an absolute URL being used inside of the img tag. Now let's see how you can include a local image inside of your website. Here inside of my projects directory, inside of the hello world directory, I've added an image with the name tcd-logo and it has the .png extension. This image is located at the same level as the index.html file. So the relative URL for this image will simply be the name of the file itself. Now let me refresh this page. Okay. So here you can see the image has been included after the cat image. Since the original size of these two images is quite huge, I'm going to adjust the size or the dimensions of these images with the help of the width attribute. Width equals 200. And same for the other image. The width attribute takes a numerical value which represents the width of this image in pixels. So I've set the width of both of these images to 200 pixels. Let me refresh this page. Now both of these images have the same size. The PNG looks slightly smaller because it has a transparent background. But if you check the developer tools, you can see the size of both of the images is quite similar. Let's play around with relative URLs a little bit more. I'm going to create a new directory inside of the Hello World directory and call it images. And I'm going to move this TCD logo image inside of the images directory. Now the location of this TCD logo PNG file has been changed. So if I refresh this page, now you'll see this icon instead of the image. So this icon appears when the URL or the source of the image is broken. Right now, this index.html file is in the hello world directory. So from the hello world directory, we need to move inside of the images directory where this tcd logo.png file is located. So this becomes the relative URL of the image. Now this relative URL has been fixed and the image is rendering as expected. Let's take a look at the alt attribute. The alt attribute in the img tag is used to provide an alternative description for the image. This description is not visible to the users, but this is used by screen readers for accessibility purposes. So this alt attribute allows screen reading softwares to describe the image to users who cannot see it. This is important for web accessibility, ensuring that all users have equal access to information and functionality. It's also used in situations where if an image fails to load on a web page, the alt text will be displayed in place of the image. This helps users understand what they're missing out. So let me add an alt description for this logo. Photos logo. And if I refresh this page, you can see that the alt is not visible on the browser, but it's used by the screen readers. And the other situation where it's visible is when the link or the source of this image is broken. So the browser is not able to properly render this image. So here I have added an invalid address. Now here, as you can see, along with this broken image icon, you see the alt description being displayed next to it. I have turned on the screen reading software inside of my computer. This is usually used by people who are not able to view the content on a monitor or on the screen properly.
Slash Siam underscore lila point JPG unlabeled image. The code DOS logo image. You are currently on an image inside web content. To begin in voiceover off.
As you can see, to describe the image, the software that I was using makes use of the src attribute as well as the alt attribute if provided. Another benefit of the alt attribute is that it improves the SEO of your web pages. Search engines like Google use the alt text to better understand the content of the image, which can help improve the image's search engine ranking and overall SEO of your pages. Here are some best practices for using the alt attribute. Make sure that the alt text that you're providing, it's descriptive and also accurately reflects the content of the image. Keep it brief yet informative. Generally, a few words are sufficient unless a detailed description is necessary. Don't use images like image of or graphic of, as screen readers already announce that it's an image element. So instead of adding the alt text as an image of a landscape, you don't need to add the image of phrase. You can just start with landscape with a beautiful sunset. If an image is purely decorative and it doesn't add any informational content, it's still a best practice to include the alt attribute, but you can leave the value of the alt attribute as empty. This tells the screen readers that they can skip announcing that image because that's just a decorative image and does not really provide any information about the website itself. I've already used the width attribute to set the width of your image. You can also use the height attribute to set the height of your images. Using these values, the browser can allocate space for images before they are fully loaded, reducing layout shifts. Layout shifts refer to unexpected changes in position of elements on a web page as it is being loaded or interacted with. This can be a frustrating experience for users as it might cause them to click on the wrong element. So you might have experienced that when you are loading a website, as the website is loading, a lot of the things keep changing. Maybe some new text appears, some new image appears, and the text suddenly changes its position and moves further downwards or shifts left or shifts right. Or maybe you're trying to click on a button and suddenly the button shifts downwards and an image appears, or maybe you're trying to click on an image and suddenly another image appears, making you click on some button that initially did not intend on clicking. So this can be a frustrating experience, but when you provide a width or a height, these layout shifts are avoided because the browser saves that space, leaves it empty until the image loads. This is what I mean. Let me give you an example of a layout shift. So here I have added hello world after the first image. When I load this website, notice carefully how the hello world first appears at the top and then immediately shifts downwards. If your website has a lot more images like this, then this could be quite a frustrating experience for the users. I've added both width and height. Now, as you can see, there's no layout shift. The hello world is automatically placed at its correct position, even in the first paint of this website. However, when you provide a width and a height, you should always maintain the original aspect ratio of the image while specifying the dimensions, or else the image might look stretched out or squeezed in. This is what I mean. So if I provided a random value here, now as you can see, my image has squished in a little bit. Whenever you are providing it a width as well as an height, make sure you're maintaining the original aspect ratios so that your images scale proportionately. Next, we have the title attribute. The title attribute in the IMG tag is like giving your images a voice. The title attribute adds a tooltip that appears when a user hovers over the image. It's an excellent way to provide extra context or explain what the image represents. When you hover over this cat image, no tooltip appears, but if I add a title, now there's a very small tooltip that appears where my cursor is. You can use the title attribute to offer information that adds value to the image or explains its relevance to the content. Ensure that the tooltips should be concise. Aim for a brief, informative description. Try not to repeat the same information that you have provided in the alt attribute. The alt text serves a different purpose, which is used for accessibility. The title attribute is used for the users who can actually view it. Title attribute is just to offer more information about that image. While the title attribute can enhance the user experience, it should not be the primary method for conveying important information, as it is less accessible for users relying on screen readers. Always balance its use with other accessible practices. So, even if someone is not using a screen reader, they don't usually hover over an image and wait for a tooltip to appear. That's why make sure you're not adding important information inside of the title. Otherwise, it's possible that the users completely miss out on that information. Now, let's take a look at how you can create clickable images. Previously, you learned about how to create hyperlinks using the A tag, but did you know that you can also make portions of your images clickable? You can make portions of your images as hyperlinks. You can use image maps in HTML to link different parts of an image to different destinations on the web, turning a single image into a map of multiple clickable areas. Each clickable areas is defined by coordinates on the image and can link to a different URL. This means that you can create an image in such a way that if the user clicks on the left corner, they are directed to some other website, and if they click on the right corner, they are directed to some other website. This feature is useful for creating interactive graphics where different parts of the image serve different purposes. Here's a basic overview of how image maps are created in HTML. I've created a new image and added it inside of my Hello World directory. I'm going to add it inside of the body with the help of the IMG tag. Create an image map, you start with the regular IMG tag. Let's move this image inside of the images directory, and the relative URL becomes images slash G. The next step is to create a map tag. A map tag has an opening and a closing tag, unlike the image tag, which is self-closing. The map tag has a name attribute, so you can provide it a name. I'm going to call it my map. This name should be a unique name for this map because this name is going to be used to link this image to this map. To link this image to the map, you use the use map attribute, and the value of the use map attribute starts with a hash symbol. After that, you add the value that you've provided to the name attribute inside of the map. What I want in this image is when a user clicks on this quadrant of the image, I want to take them to the about page. When a user clicks on this area of the image, I want them to be taken to the home page. When the user clicks on this area, I want them to be taken to the contact page. And when they click on this last quadrant, I want them to be taken to google.com. So here I want to define 4 clickable regions. To define these clickable regions, you make use of an area tag. This area tag is a self-closing tag. The area tag has these main attributes. First is an alt text to describe what this part of the region means. The first alt I've set to about us because this area takes them to the about us section. And I want the shape of this region to be a rectangle. Then you need to add the destination of this clickable region, and the main attribute here is the coordinates or the coords attribute, where you define a list of coordinates. For a rectangle shape, the first two values are the coordinates for the top left corner of the rectangle, and the last two values are the coordinates for the bottom right corner of the rectangle. So here I want my first rectangle to begin at the 0, 0 coordinate, and since the height and width of my clickable image is 300, and I want this rectangle's bottom left corner to be at 150 and 150. Refresh. As you can see, now my cursor has converted into a pointer. Click on it, it takes me to google.com. So the link I've provided here is incorrect, but you get the point. Similarly, you can add a few more regions, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Let me fix the first clickable regions above HTML. And one is contact.html or index.html. Third one is contact.html. Last one is google.com. For the second rectangle, I wanted to start at this coordinate. So this is 150 and 0, the first corner of the rectangle. And the second corner should be at 300, 150. So X and Y pairs. The coordinates for the third one are going to be X0 and Y150. And this should be 150 and 300. And the coordinates of the last one would be starting at the center, 150, 150, and ending at 300, 10. Fresh. Clicking on About takes me to About. Clicking on Google takes me to Google. Similarly, you can create other clickable regions apart from a rectangle. You can also create a shape of a circle. The chords that you provide define the circle's center. So the first two values define the X and Y coordinates for the circle's center. And the last value here, 60, represents the radius of the circle. And you can also create a polygon clickable region. This region can specify a long list of vertices of the polygon, so a list of x and y pairs of the coordinates that this polygon should have. Image maps are a powerful tool for creating interactive images, but they do have their limitations because they're not as accessible to the users. So while image maps are fun to use and create, you should not exclusively depend on image maps to add important information. If you are creating an image map, make sure that you're adding alternate ways to access those links somewhere in your website as well. Lastly, let's take a quick look at the canvas tag. So the canvas tag or the canvas element is used to draw graphics on the fly with the help of JavaScript. It's ideal for animations, game graphics, and data visualization. However, the canvas tag only provides a container for drawing those graphics. You need to use JavaScript to actually draw those graphics. That's why we won't be taking a look at canvas in this course, because without JavaScript, you can't really do much with it. Now to recap, in this lesson, you learned how to use the IMG tag for embedding images using the SRC, alt, width, height, and title attributes for accessibility, SEO, and styling. You also explored how to create clickable image maps with map and area tags. And lastly, you were also briefly introduced to the canvas tag. In the next lesson, we'll take a look at SVGs, which are another way to include images in your website. Now that you know how to add images to your websites, now let's take a look at how you can embed other multimedia content like audios and videos inside of your web pages. In this lesson, you will explore multimedia elements like audio and video, and you'll also learn about the essential attributes associated with these tags. So let's begin. To embed sounds or audios in web pages, like for example, music or podcasts, you use the audio tag. It's a pair tag, meaning that it has an opening tag and a closing tag. You can use the src attribute in the audio tag to specify the source of the audio file. So similar to an image file, you can use the src attribute inside of the audio tag to specify the audio file that you want to embed inside of your web page. However, unlike the image tag that does not have a closing tag, audio tag does have a closing tag, and the content that goes inside of the audio tags, this text inside these tags is shown as a fallback in case the browser does not support the audio element. So in case the user is using some older version of the browser that does not support this newer audio tag, then instead of the music player, this text inside of these tags, which is audio not supported, will be visible to the viewer. In this example, the src attributes value is audiofile.mp3. This is the audio file that you want to embed into your website. This source URL again can be an absolute URL or a relative URL. Here I have embedded an audio element and I've provided an absolute URL to the src attribute. This URL points to an MP3 file somewhere on the internet. Let me refresh this page. So nothing is actually visible inside of my web page. Let's see what's happening here. By default, the audio controls won't be present on the browser. Audio controls include the audio player, which includes pause, play, stop, volume controls, and all of that stuff. So that won't be present by default. To add that, you'll need to use the controls Boolean attribute. It displays play, pause, and volume controls whenever present. If omitted, the audio will not have any user interface. Then you'll need JavaScript to control the audio playback in that case. So I'm going to add the controls attribute in the audio tab. Since controls is a Boolean attribute, I don't need to explicitly provide it a value and set it to true, because this implicitly means that the value of controls is true. Let me refresh. And now I'm able to see the controls for this specific audio player, and I can play this file as well. So it's working. You can also set the volume to muted using the muted attribute to mute the audio output by default so that the users can then unmute it using the controls. Muted is again a Boolean attribute. I'm going to add muted. Now refresh. As you can see, the volume is muted in this case, even if I play. Since the volume is set to 0 or muted, I'm not able to hear anything. Then it's up to the user to unmute it if they want to listen to the audio. You can also play the autoplay attribute to automatically start playing the audio when the page loads. However, this may not work as expected. Autoplay might not work in modern browsers because in modern browsers, we have stricter policies to improve the user's experience and prevent any unwanted noise or data consumption. So imagine you visit a website, and as soon as the website loads, there's some loud music playing automatically, and you're trying to figure out where is this music coming from. So that could be a bad experience. That's why modern browsers have implemented policies that does not allow you to embed audios and make the autoplay feature work. Let's try it out if it works in my browser. So I'm going to set autoplay and refresh. As you can see in my browser, the autoplay attribute does not really work. Most browsers block audio and video files from autoplaying, especially if they are not muted. This is to prevent unexpected sound from playing when our user visits a page, which can be intrusive or disruptive. So in some browsers, autoplay might work if you've set the muted attribute as well. So these two together might work in certain browsers, but in my browser, it's not working. Another attribute associated with the audio tag is the loop attribute. What the loop attribute does is it basically loops the audio file. So as soon as the audio file finishes, it automatically starts playing from the beginning. Let's try it out. I'm going to remove muted for now. Refresh, play the music. As you can see, it automatically looped and started playing from the beginning. You can also specify multiple sources for the same audio tag using the source tag to ensure cross-browser compatibility, as different browsers might support different audio formats. What this means is if your browser does not support MP3 files, you can provide alternate sources for that audio element. So here I've used two source tags. The first source points to an MP3 audio file, and the second source points to an OGG file. And we also have some fallback text in case the browser does not support the audio tag. So if someone's browser does not support MP3 files, then the browser will try to play this file instead. And if it does not support either of these files, then it will render this fallback text instead. Let's move on to videos. To embed video content in web pages like short clips or even full length movies, you can use the video tag in HTML. It's also a pair tag with opening and closing tags. And inside these tags, you can add any fallback content for browsers that don't support this tag. So, similar to the audio tag, the video tag also has a closing tag, and the content inside the video tag is displayed when the browser does not support the video tag. Here I have again added an absolute URL for the source, which points to an MP4 file. And I've also set the width and the height of the video player. As you can see, by default, no controls are available. To be able to use the controls, we need to add the controls attribute. Now I can actually use the play and pause button to be able to view the video. A few other attributes used with the video tag are autoplay. So it automatically starts the video on page load. Let's try it out. Play. Again, as you can see, my browser has restricted this autoplay from working due to stricter policies on autoplaying audio or video content. Let's try if it works with the muted attribute. So in this case, for videos, muted and autoplay actually work. So when I hit refresh, my video automatically plays. But if this muted attribute is absent, this will not work in my browser. So it did not work. You also have the loop attribute for videos, which repeats the video once it ends, and the width and height attribute to define the size of the video. Similar to the audio tag, you can also specify multiple different formats for the video content to provide fallback options for the browser using the source tag. Let's talk a little bit about accessibility with respect to the audio and video tags. It's important that you consider accessibility to ensure that all users, including those with disabilities, so disabilities like people who cannot see a video or who cannot listen to the audio in a video or an audio file, you should make sure that they are able to access and understand the content when embedding audios and videos. So, how can you make that possible? You can make use of captions and subtitles for audio and video to aid users with hearing impairment. Add those text tracks or those captions or subtitles to the audio, the track element is used. The track element has these four attributes. So the kind specifies the kind of text track, subtitles, captions, descriptions, etc. The SRC attribute is used to provide a URL to the text track file. The SRC lang is to specify the language of the text track. And lastly, the label attribute, which is used to provide a title for the text track, which is visible to the user. For text tracks, you use the WebVTT format, which stands for Web Video Text Tracks format. This is how a WebVTT file looks like. It contains cues, which can either be a single line or multiple lines as shown below. So these define the captions for your videos. You can actually also style these WebVTT files with the help of CSS. So this is how you can add tracks for your video files using the track tag. So track, default, kind, captions, language, SRC lang, English, EN, and the SRC for the track. With that, you've reached the end of this lesson. Let's do a quick recap. This lesson covered the basics of integrating audio and videos into your HTML documents using the audio tag and the video tag. You also learned about the associated attributes with these two tags. Hopefully, now you understand how to use these tags and attributes to create more dynamic and interactive web experiences while also making sure that your audio and video content is accessible to all users. In the next video, you will learn how to embed even more types of external content inside of your web pages. Welcome to the fourth module in this course, and in this lesson, we are finally going to learn about forms. Forms are an important part of the web. You might have seen them being used in websites for gathering user input. For example, in places like login forms or sign up forms or survey forms or adding a comment to a blog post or an image. All of these are different use cases of forms on the web. In this lesson, you'll learn how to accept user input in HTML. User input means that the user types something into an input box or some sort of input field. So, how do you collect that input from the user? You'll explore how to label those input fields for better accessibility. You'll understand how to structure a form using the form tag, and you'll learn how to send that form data that you have collected from the users to the backend, to the server for processing. So let's begin. Let's start with the input tag. The input tag is a very versatile tag and it is used for creating different types of input fields such as text inputs, passwords, radio buttons, checkboxes, and many more. It is a self-closing tag, which means it does not require a closing tag. An input tag has two main attributes, the type and name. The type attribute specifies the type of the input element to display. We'll cover a few types in this lesson. So the type attribute can have different values like text, password, radio, checkbox, submit, email, number, and more. These types define a different kind of input control. And the name attribute is used to specify the name of the input element. This is important for processing the input on the server side, as the values of the input fields are paired with their corresponding name attribute. So we'll understand what that means as we go along in this lesson. So let's take a look at a very simple input element. Input is a self-closing tag, which means I don't need to add a closing tag. Let's create a text input. Let's use it for gathering the names of the users. Fresh. So here you can see an input field has appeared inside of my web page, and now the user can input any form of text inside of it. The type attribute controls how the input element will be displayed and how it will behave. So in this case, since I provided the type text, this has given me a field that lets the users input some text. However, if you omit this type attribute, and refresh the page, you'll see that the default type of input that is displayed in HTML is the text input type. So you can provide different values to the type attribute and see how they appear inside of the web page. Here are a few other examples. So here I have a type password input. So this lets me create an input field that allows the users to enter password. And when I enter any text into this field, you can see that the input has been masked by these dots to make it visually appear like it's a password so that somebody who's looking at the screen cannot tell what I am typing. Next, we have radio buttons. So we have two radio buttons, one for male, one for female. So a radio button is useful for providing different choices. In this case, we have two choices, and where you want the user to select just one choice out of the provided choices. For example, when you give an MCQ test or an MCQ quiz, if that question has just one correct answer, a radio input type is more suitable for that, so that the user is only able to select one option from the given options. Next, we have this checkbox input. So with the type checkbox, this renders a checkbox input. Again, this is useful for situations where you have multiple choices and you don't want to limit the user to just one option. The user can select multiple different checkboxes from a given list. Here, I just have one checkbox. An example is if you want to subscribe to a newsletter while signing up to a website, you can check or uncheck it. So you just saw how each of these input tags created a different type of field inside of the web page. The input element is considered as one of the most powerful and one of the most versatile element inside of HTML because there are so many different ways to use it. You can change the value of the type attribute and it will display a different element altogether. but we'll leave the details of input for now. You learn about the input tag in detail in the next lesson. Next, let's take a look at another type of input field. So the text area. The text input element creates just a single input field. So the text input field allows you to just enter text in a single line. But what if you want to allow the user to enter multiple lines of text, such as in comments or in feedbacks or in a contact form? In those situations, you can make use of the text area input. Text area has an opening tag and a closing tag. Let's see how it looks like for now. So as you can see, we have this text area and it allows me to enter multiple different lines. Text area allows users to enter larger amounts of text like comments, feedback, or messages. The text that goes inside of the opening and closing tags is the default content that will appear inside the text area. So let me remove this input for now. Default text. Let me refresh this page. As you can see, by default, the text that appears inside of this text area is the text that I placed inside of the text area tags. Again, you can provide a name attribute to the text area tag, a comment. So this is used by your scripts or by the backend to understand what the text inside of this text area means or what the input inside of any input field means. You can use the rows and columns attribute in text area to define the size of a text area in terms of rows and columns. Let's try it out. So let's say I want my text area to have 10 rows. Now, as you can see, it has 10 different rows, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And you can use the calls attribute to define the width of the text area in terms of the characters. So this will fit 10 characters because I set the calls attribute to 10. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and the 11th character moves to the next row. So it's not columns. Ignore the typo here. The attribute to define the columns in text area is calls. The user can also resize the text area by dragging the bottom right corner and setting it to the desired size. So here, if you move your cursor to the bottom right corner of the text area, you can see you can move the text area around and adjust its dimensions however you like. Though once you refresh, it will reset back to its defined size. But here, as you can see, these inputs without any labels are not very intuitive. Someone who's using your website doesn't know what sort of input is expected in these fields. So imagine if there were like 10 different fields like this. A user doesn't know what to enter into these input fields. That's where labels come in. The label tag lets you provide labels for your input fields, thus improving the accessibility of your websites. So you can create a label using the label tag, label, and it's a comment. Refresh. Now you can see this label appears next to this text area input. Right now, this label is just a separate element and this text area is a separate element, even though this visually looks linked together, but they need to be programmatically linked together as well, especially for accessibility, because when a user with assistive technology like a screen reader is using your website and when they reach or focus an input field, the screen reader will announce the associated label, and the screen reader will not know what's the associated label with that input unless you have explicitly or implicitly linked the two together. This connection makes it simpler for users of assistive technology to understand what type of input is expected in the input field. So let's see how can you connect this label with this text area. One way to do that is to simply place the associated input or the associated text area inside of the label tag so that these two are connected. Now, when the screen reader reads this text area, they automatically know that this comment label is associated with it. And another way to do that, so let's say for design purposes, you don't want to place it inside of the label tag and you're placing it next to somewhere after the label tag or even before the label tag, what you can do is make use of the for attribute and the ID attribute. First, you provide an ID to the input. Here, I have provided the comment ID to the text area. And inside of the for attribute for the label tag, I'm going to give it the same ID that I have added in the text area. So now these two are explicitly linked together. But in the case where you are placing this text area inside of this label, in that case, the for and the ID attributes are not necessary because they are implicitly connected together due to the fact that you've nested it inside of the label tag like this. You can also provide hints or examples of the expected input in a form field using the placeholder attribute. The value of this attribute is the text that you want to display as the placeholder. Here I have another text input field, and in the placeholder attribute, I have provided a value that I want to appear inside of the input field. Let me refresh. So now you can see there's this label full name for this input field, and inside of this field, I have provided some hints on how the input would look like. So when the user enters the input, the placeholder disappears. Move this as soon as I type something in, you can see the placeholder disappears. So since the placeholder disappears whenever someone enters some text into the input field, you should not treat placeholders as a replacement for labels. You cannot remove the label and treat the placeholder as label and do something like this. It works, it will still render this and it still works. But one issue that I see in this case is, let's say, again, you have 5 different input fields, and as a user, I'm filling these one by one. And I want to change something. And let's say there are 2 input fields. One is for billing address, and the second one is for shipping address. And I want to change my billing address. Since there are 2 input fields, and there are no labels, and I've already entered some values into it, it's difficult for me to know which one was for the billing address and which input was for the shipping address. So I'll have to remove the entire input, check the placeholder again, and then retype whatever value I wanted to provide in it. That's why you should not rely on placeholders for label text. So far, we've been using the input and the text area tags as standalone input fields, and they are not a part of any form submission. So in this case here, I can't really do anything with this input field. I can't do anything with the values that the user has provided here. To be able to process this data or submit this data and send it back to the server, you need to either use JavaScript for handling that, or you use the form tag. The form tag acts as a container for different input fields. It groups together related input fields and defines what action should be performed when that form and its associated input fields are submitted. So the form tag has 2 main attributes. First is the action and the second one is method. Let's take a look at an example. Here I have a form that contains 2 input fields, first name and last name. And this form has 2 attributes. First is the action and the second one is a method. The action attribute stores the URL where the form data is sent when submitted. And the method attribute defines the HTTP method, usually post or get in the case of forms. It defines the HTTP method used when submitting the form. So what this means is when this form is submitted, a post request would be made to this URL or to this endpoint. What I mean is the data from this form will be sent to this URL here, and then the server will be responsible for managing and handling this form data that has been sent from your website. So in case you don't know what HTTP methods are, here is a quick and a simple overview. HTTP methods are different ways of talking to the server. So you define different methods for doing different tasks. There are 5 HTTP methods. The get method is for asking the server to show some data. You're not changing anything. You just want to see what the server has or what the data is stored in the database. For example, when you visit a website, you just want to see what that website contains. So that is an example of a GET request. You're requesting the server what the data it has, and then it presents you with that data in the form of a response. Next, you have a POST request. This is giving the server some new data to store. You're adding something new to the database. For example, let's say you are viewing a photo on Instagram, and when you click on the comments tab, you are requesting the server, you are making a GET request to see all of the comments. But when you post a new comment, you are making a POST request. You are asking the server to store a new comment in the database. Then you have a put request. This is for replacing some old data with new data. So, for example, when you want to completely replace the older comment with a new comment, for deleting, there's a delete request. This is for asking the server to delete some data. So, in this comment example, you want to ask the server to delete that comment from the database. Then there's a patch method, which is similar to the put method. But in patch method, this one's like fixing a part of the data, not the whole thing. You're making a small change to one of the data. So you just want to slightly change a part of the comment. You're not completely changing that comment record with a new comment record, but you're just altering a few properties of that comment in the database. So it will be a little bit hard for you to understand the difference between put and patch for now, but you can just think of them as updating some existing data. In this example, what this post request could be used for is, let's say, for first name and last name, and the user enters their first name and last name. And when you submit this form, a post request is made. So the server could do things like use this first name and last name data from the form data to create a new user in the database. You're using the post method for that. But again, for now, even if I enter this data, there is no way to submit this form yet. To actually trigger the form submission, you need to use an input tag with the type submit. So there's another type of input tag with the type submit, or you can create a button with the type submit to create a submit button for that form. So let's create a submit input. As you can see, this button of type submit has created a submit button. This could either be a button or you could use the input tag with the type submit, and both of them serve the same purpose in this case. When you submit this form by clicking on the submit button, the browser will collect the data entered into the input fields. Let's take a look at an example of a simple contact form. This contact form has one, two, three different input fields. The first input field is a text input field for the name. The second one is an email input field. And the third one is a text area. And lastly, we have a submit button here. Let me enter some data. Message. Hey. Let's see what happens once I click on the send button. To see all of the requests that are being made from your website, you need to open the developer tools and click on this networks tab. Once you click on the send button, you'll see that a request has been made, and since a request was made, URL has also changed to this action. So it has redirected me to the URL that I've added inside of this action attribute. And as you can see, the form data was also sent along with this request. You can check that under the payload tab. As you can see, the input has been associated with the name fields. So since I have the name here provided as name, the input that I entered into this field was associated with the name key. Similarly here with the email key, and here with the message key. So the form data is sent as a key value pairs. This is important for the server to know what data means what. But in this case, as you saw, this request actually failed. You can see that this is highlighted as red. So this request actually failed. The form submission failed. That's because submit form in this case is a relative URL. So it just points back to my local website. And since I have not added any server side logic, I have not written any code or any server side functionality in my app or processing this form data, that's why me trying to submit this form in this case has failed. But in practical scenarios, such as a sign up form, this form data will be sent to the server, which will be up and running. And then that server will likely create a new user in its database with the help of these input fields. With that, we've reached the end of this lesson. Today, you learned about the basics of creating forms in HTML that help you collect some input from the user. You explored how you can use placeholders to provide hints for the expected input. And you also learned about a few different types of input types like password, emails, checkboxes, radio boxes, and you understood the importance of labels for accessibility. You also learned how you can submit some form data to the server. In the next few lessons, you will take a look at the different input types and details, as well as how to create more structured and robust forms in HTML. In this lesson, you'll learn about a few different types of inputs available to you in HTML. So let's begin. So the most basic form of an input element is the text element. You can define the type of an input using the type attribute. Here, let's create an input. Right, so this creates a text input. If you omit the type attribute, the default type of input element that will be displayed is the text input. So this text input is useful for gathering short text-based data from users, such as names, addresses, or simple search queries. And you can use inputs with labels to provide more information about those input fields. Or if you want to gather long blocks of text, you can use the text area instead. But we have already covered that in the previous lesson. Now let's take a look at the password input type. You can use the type password in an input tag to create password entry fields in HTML forms. So here I have created a label for my password input, and here I have an input with the type password. Let me refresh. So as you just saw, when a user types into a password field, each character is masked and usually represented by a dot or asterisk to hide the actual characters that the user has just entered. This provides a basic level of security and privacy. It helps prevent shoulder surfing. What is shoulder surfing? Shoulder surfing is where someone might glance over the user's shoulder to steal their password. So imagine someone is typing their password into their laptops or into their phones. If somebody around them is trying to look into their screen, and if that input field is not a password input field, they'll be able to see clearly what that person has just entered into that input box. Apart from hiding the input, the password field behaves similarly to regular text input. The only difference is that it hides the input that the user has entered with the help of these dots or asterisks. But it's important to note that the input field does not encrypt the data being sent to the server. So when this password is sent to the server, the exact text will be sent. That's why you should use additional security measures like using HTTPS and server-side encryption to protect passwords during transmission and storage. You'll learn about all of this as you progress along in your web development journey. But for now, just remember that the password input field does not provide any other forms of security apart from just masking the input. Next, we have radio buttons. Radio buttons are used for creating a group of choices. The user can then pick a single choice from the given options. You can create a radio button by setting type radio on the input. It represents a single choice. So here I have two inputs, both of the type radio, and both have the same name value, which is gender. And the value of these two is different. The first one is male and the second one is female. And this is the label associated with them. So this is how it looks. Now, as you can see, I can only use or I can only select one of these radio buttons. Well, that's because I have used the same name attribute for these two radio buttons. This tells the browser that these buttons are part of one group and ensures that only one button from the group can be selected at a time. These are used for offering the user different choices, but the user should only select one choice from the provided choices. And this is made possible with the help of the same name attribute. But if I change this attribute to something else, now I'll be able to select each of them. Now, the browser doesn't know that they are part of the same group. That's why they are not functioning as expected. So we have not taken a look at the value attribute so far. So this value attribute is again used by the servers. So let's test it out with the help of a form tag. So I've created a form and placed both of my radio inputs inside of this form. And I've also added a third input with the type submit. And I also have labels, implicit labels for each of these radio buttons. Fresh. And let's see what will be sent to the server. Okay, let's select email and I'm switching to the networks tab. Send. And in the payload, can see the name, which is gender in this case, and the value that I selected was sent to the server. Next, we have checkboxes. You can create checkboxes in HTML using the type checkbox. Checkboxes are useful in situations where users are allowed to make multiple selections from a set of options. So unlike radio buttons, checkboxes allow you to select multiple different options within the same group. However, to tell the server that these checkboxes belong to the same group, again, you must provide the same name attribute to the provided options. So here, let's change the type from radio to checkbox, and both of them have the same name, which is gender. Let me refresh. Now, instead of the radio buttons, you can see we have checkboxes. This is how checkboxes behave. They let you select multiple different options from the given list of choices. So when you submit this form, all of the selected options are sent as part of the form data. When a form with checkboxes is submitted, only the checkbox that are checked or selected are included in the form data sent to the server. A few common use cases of checkboxes are settings menus, feedback, surveys, or registrations, where users might have multiple applicable answers, such as selecting skill sets or areas of interest, such as in this case, sports, music, books. Next, we have number. The type number attribute in an input tag is specifically designed for input fields where the user is expected to enter a number such as quantities, age, or price. Let's take a look at an example. Here I've created a new input tag and I've provided it the type number. So I have an ID that is associated with this quantity label and again a name attribute. Here's how it looks like. This is how a numerical or a number input field is rendered into the browser. We have these up and down arrows that lets the user easily select numbers. And since the type of this input is a number, even if I try to type any non-numerical value, so I'm trying to enter alphabets into this field, the input is automatically rejected by this field. So let me copy this text, copy, and even if I try to paste it here, it's not actually pasting. So this type includes built-in validation to ensure that only numeric values are entered. This means that it automatically checks that the entered text is a number. It won't allow the users to enter a non-numeric value. Next, we have emails. To create email inputs, you use the type email attribute. This is useful whenever you want to collect email addresses from the users. So let's update this numeric field. Email, type email and ID change to email and name also email. I can enter any text here, but see what happens when I try to submit this invalid email address. I'm going to send. As you can see, my browser tells me to include an at in the email address, and it's telling me that this is not a valid email address. So let me try this. A part following at should not contain a space. Like if you try to submit a form with an invalid email address, the browser will prompt you to correct it to be able to submit the form. However, note that the validation is done as per HTML5 standards, which is only for checking the basic formatting. It does not confirm whether the email address is actually an active or an existing email address. So in this case, I was able to submit this as an email address, which follows the basic format of an email address, but this is not really an actual email address out there. One more thing with this email attribute is when you open this or view a web page in your mobile devices, and when there's an email input field, when you focus on that email field, the on-screen keyboard often automatically switches to an email-friendly layout, including the at and dot characters, enhancing the typing experience. You might have experienced this before whenever there's an input field for entering a PIN, for example, the keyboard automatically opens a numeric keyboard. Similarly, for email fields, it's possible that your mobile automatically switches to a keyboard layout, which is more user-friendly for entering in emails. So that's all for this lesson. Throughout this lesson, you've explored various input types available in HTML, each serving a unique purpose in web forms. Understanding these input types is important in creating functional and user-friendly forms. However, there are still a lot more different types of inputs available to you in HTML, which we'll take a look at in the next lesson. Hello everyone and welcome to the last module in this course. In this module, we are going to cover a few advanced HTML concepts, beginning with semantic HTML. So you've been writing HTML so far, but now it's time to write some semantic HTML. In this lesson, you'll learn what semantic HTML is. You'll learn about semantic tags like nav, footer, article, and more. And you'll also discover the advantages of writing semantic HTML. So let's begin. So, what is semantic HTML? The word semantic refers to the meaning or interpretation of a word, phrase, sentence, or text in a particular context. In simple words, semantic HTML is the practice of writing meaningful HTML. It involves using meaningful HTML tags like nav or footer that give meaning to the web content instead of using generic tags like a div. So you've been using div so far to group together different tags, to group together different elements. But the div or division tag is a general tag for grouping together elements, but it does not tell the developer who's reading the code or search engines or screen readers what that group of elements signify. That's why HTML5 introduced some semantic tags like nav for creating navigation in web pages and footer for creating a footer component in your web pages. So let's take a look at some commonly used semantic HTML tags. First, we have the main tag. The main tag is used to wrap the main content of your web pages. It's used to wrap the primary content of your document. You use the main tag to contain the central topic or key content that is unique to your web page. So in this example, we have a main tag and it has two items. The first one is an H1 element and the second one is a paragraph. And you can add more content or more tags relating to the main content of your web page inside of the main tag. In this example, main wraps around the primary content of the web page. It's a container for other elements just like div, but it's more meaningful. So if you would have wrapped it inside of a div tag, then it wouldn't be as meaningful as wrapping the main content inside of a main tag instead. Doing so helps with SEO, search engine optimization, as well as with accessibility, as search engines and screen readers can easily identify the main content of your websites. So let's take a look at few popular websites and see how they use this main tag. I've just opened medium.com and here, as you can see, they've used the main tag to wrap the main content of this web page here. So this is what this main tag contains. Similarly, inside of this Wikipedia article or this Wikipedia page, you can see the main tag here is used to wrap the main content inside of this web page. Next, let's take a look at the header. You can think of the header tag as the introduction to your web page. So it's used to define the top section of a document. So it's used to define the header or the top section of your document or a specific content section. Typically, it contains your site's branding, elements like logos, introductory content, and navigation links. In this example, inside of the header, you have a logo image and some navigation links. Again, I'm using this example of this Wikipedia page here. Here you have the header, and inside of the header, as you can see, there's a menu button. Then there's the logo, then there's a search bar, and then at the last, a couple of links for logging in or creating a new account. Next up, there's the footer. The footer tag acts as the conclusion of your web page. So similar to the footer that you had in a table, which was used for concluding the content inside of the table, similarly, you can conclude the contents of your entire web page using the footer tag. The footer tag acts as the conclusion of your web page. It's often used as the bottom of a document or section to present information like authorship, copyright details, terms of use, contact information, and links to important pages. So here's the example of a footer. So this footer contains a paragraph. So it has some copyright information, links to privacy policy, and other useful information. The footer helps wrap the content neatly and provide users with helpful links or references. Let's take a look at a few examples. Again, inside of this Wikipedia page, you have the footer here. The footer contains some license information, the terms of use, privacy policy, and about the Wikimedia Foundation. Now let's talk about the nav tag. The nav element is a container for major navigation links to help users find their way around your website. Use nav for your primary navigation menu, including links to the main sections of your site or a table of content. So nav or a nav bar is where you place links to the various sections in your website, like the home page, about page, contact page, the blog page, and more. This element tells browsers and assistive technologies like screen readers where the main navigation is located, thus enhancing the overall user experience. So, someone who is using a screen reader, they can easily access all of the navigation links if you've used the nav tag. Inside of this Wikipedia page, we have the nav bar here. We have the nav links inside of this drop down menu. Next, you have the section tag. You can use the section tag to group thematically related content within your document. Each section typically includes a heading and encapsulate a specific topic or aspect of your content. It's like a chapter in a book, providing a clear structure and making it easier for users to navigate through different content areas. For example, here are two sections. Each section has a heading and a paragraph and more related elements grouped together inside of this section tag. So here I have opened up a post in medium.com, and here they have used the section to wrap the contents of this particular article. Next, you have the article tag. The article tag is perfect for self-contained, independent pieces of content like blog posts, news articles, or forum posts. Be capable of being distributed separately from the rest of your web content. Think of it as a magazine or newspaper article that stands alone and provides complete information on a particular subject. Let's take a look at an example. So this entire blog post is also wrapped inside of an article tag. Similarly, here you can see each individual blog post that I've created. These are wrapped within these article tags. So next you have the figure and fig caption tags. Imagine you've got a beautiful image or a complex diagram in your content. The fig caption element acts as a caption or a legend for these visuals with a figure element. Figure and fig caption elements are usually used together. The figure is used to represent the visual image or the diagram, or it can actually also be a code snippet. And the fig caption tag is used to provide a caption for that particular figure. So here I have opened up a Wikipedia article, and here you can see there's a figure here, and this figure wraps an A tag. So this A tag itself wraps an image tag. So this is a clickable image. If you click on this image, it will open up a new web page. And for this clickable image or for this link, you have a fig caption over here to provide a caption for this particular figure. The figure can be an image, illustration, diagram, code, snippet, or anything else. So here's another example. In this case, the figure itself is a video, and then there's a fig caption for this provided video. Note that you don't need to add a caption for a figure. You can just use the figure tag alone without the fig caption tag. Next, you have details and summary. You can use details tag to create collapsible sections and make your content interactive and concise. This is perfect for FAQs or to hide details that the user can choose to view. So here I have created a details tag. Then there's a summary and some content that will appear when I click on the summary. Let's see how it looks like. So as you can see, the content inside of the summary appears like this with an arrow next to it. So this is a collapsible section. So you can toggle this to view the actual content inside of the details. So this is the main content inside of this details tag. So when you click on the summary element inside of this web page, you'll be able to view the rest of the content inside of the details tag. So this is useful for adding FAQs or other types of collapsible sections. Next, you have the time tag to mark up dates, times, or durations in your content. It helps standardize these values, making them clear and machine readable. So here is an example. So I have a paragraph tag which says the event will be held on October 5th, 2023. But I've wrapped this date, October 5th, 2023, inside of the time tag. And using the date time attribute, I have provided it the date in a valid format that is machine readable. So this format may not be always machine readable. So this is just simple text content that is understandable to humans. but to make it machine understandable so that search engines know that this is a specific date, you can use the time tag and provide it a valid machine readable date in one of the predefined date time formats. So this is a valid date time format. So in this example, time clearly indicates the date of the event with the help of the date time attribute, which specifies the date in this case. This attribute should be in a valid date string format. So in this case, the format that we are using is year, month, and then the day. This element is for presenting dates and times in a machine readable format. This tag can be incredibly helpful for making sure that the dates and times on your web pages are understood correctly by various devices, including search engines, browsers, screen readers, thus improving both SEO as well as accessibility. Now let's finally understand what's the purpose of using these semantic tags or what's the purpose of writing semantic HTML. We've already covered two of these advantages, which is for improving accessibility and for improving search engine optimization. So let's dive into it a little bit more. Semantic HTML plays an important role in modern web development. By using HTML tags that are meaningful or that provide meaning to your content, rather than just presentation, developers can create more accessible, understandable, and efficient web pages. Here are some advantages. The first one is improved accessibility. Semantic tags help screen readers and other assistive technologies to interpret the page structure and content, thus making it easier for people with disabilities to navigate and understand the content. So since the screen reader now understands the web page content better, that's why now the users who use those screen readers also are able to understand that content better, thus making your websites more accessible. Elements like nav, header, footer, and main clearly define the structure of your web page, thus helping users in comprehending or understanding the layout and finding information quickly. So if they are looking for the header, or if they're looking for the footer, or if they're looking for the navigation links, they can easily jump to those sections with the help of these assistive technologies. Then you also are able to enhance the SEO of your web pages. Search engines give higher priority to content with clear structure and meaning. So this is very important. Search engines like Google give higher priority or higher importance to web pages that are written using semantic HTML. Semantic HTML helps search engines understand the context and relevance of content, which can improve search ranking. So, if search engines understand the content of your websites better, they're able to better analyze or rank your web page in the final search rankings. Proper use of semantic tags like articles, sections, and headers allows search engines to index web page content more effectively. And lastly, but not the least, it also helps in easier maintenance and code efficiency. Semantic HTML leads to cleaner code and more readable code. It's easier to understand, maintain, and update when elements are semantically marked up. Less CSS and JavaScript may be needed to achieve desired styling and functionality, leading to faster load times and better performance. So, what does this mean? It's more readable in the sense that when a developer looks at the code and you've instead of using the generic div tags to structure your entire web page, if the author of that code has made use of semantic tags, and let's say the new developer wants to edit the header, then they can easily look for the header tag and then be able to make those necessary changes without having to fiddle around the code base and looking for the relevant pieces of code, thus making it easier to maintain. And it's efficient in the sense, so let's say you want to build this collapsible section. If you were to just use some p tags or some span tags or some heading tags, then you will have to use some JavaScript to make this interactive functionality work. Instead, if you just use the relevant semantic HTML tags, which is detail and summary in this case, now you don't need those extra bits of code, which is your CSS or your JavaScript, thus making your code more efficient. So that's all for this lesson. In this lesson, you've learned about semantic HTML and its importance for accessibility and SEO. You've explored a few semantic HTML tags like main, nav, article, header, photos, and more that will help you structure your web page effectively. These elements not only enhance your site's readability and search engine rankings, but also make your content more meaningful and accessible. Hello everyone. In this video, you are going to build this website using all of the knowledge that you've learned so far. So this is a simple website because we have not learned a lot of CSS and styling or even JavaScript yet. So that's why the project I've kept it a little bit simple. However, we do have some bright colors, but don't worry, I'll help you out with the colors and the necessary styles for this website. So I've provided all of the resources and the final code for this website in the reading material for this video, but I want you to build this alongside me. And I've also left a link to these assets and these images in the reading material. So let's just jump right in. First of all, what you need to do is create a new directory, create a new folder. I've called my folder accounting underscore website. It's an empty folder and I've just opened that folder inside of my VS Code. So you can pause this video and do that right now. And once you're done, you can resume. All right, so since my website here just has one page, which is the home page, I am going to create a new index.html file and create a basic structure of an HTML document, which starts with the doc type declaration. So doc type HTML, because I'm going to be using HTML5. After that, we have the root element, which is the HTML tag, inside of which all of your HTML content resides. Then you have the head. And after the head, you have the body. With that, we have our basic structure ready. Before I open this index.html file inside of the browser, I'm going to add a title for my website. So using the title tag inside of the head tag, I'm going to write accounting website as the title. Okay, now you can copy the path to this file, copy path and open it inside of the browser of your choice. So this is my website, accounting website that I am currently building. And this is my goal website, or this is the design that I'm trying to build. So right now my web page is completely empty. So let's start building the body and see from our design what's the first thing that we need to build. So over here inside of my design, what I am seeing is I have this section over here, and at the top of the section is this logo and this heading title. And then I have this main title of the website, which is Accounting Made Accessible. And then I have this button, Book a Consultation. So the color of the text here is this white color, and the background color here is this lavender shade. So how would you approach building a website like this? By looking at this website, you can think of this as the first section of the website. And this is the second section of the website. This is the third section. This is the fourth section, the fifth section, the sixth section, and this is finally the footer here. This is the footer, this black color is the footer section. So we are going to use semantic HTML wherever possible. Let's start with the first section. I'm just going to wrap this entire section inside of a section tag. This is my body and I just have some main content. I'm going to start with the main tag. Then I have my section 1. Inside of my first section, I have this image, I have this title. Let's create this image and then this title. So I've provided you the link to download this logo image here. You can download this image and save it inside of your accounting website folder. The first thing I'm going to do is use this img tag to include this logo inside of the website. Here, the name of my file is logo.svg and the relative URL here is also logo.svg. And the alt description, I've provided it as logo to make this website more accessible. After this image, I have this text, Mandrika Accounting. So let me refresh my page here. So as you can see, there's this faint logo over here. If you're able to see it inside of your screen, my logo is here. And then next to it is my title. For this title, Mandrika Accounting, you could use a span to wrap this title. That's because span is an inline element and img is also an inline element. And we are using inline elements in this case because we want these to be in the same line. We want the image and the logo to be in line with each other. If you would have used H1 or some block element to wrap Mandrika Accounting, then this would have shifted to the next line. Let me show you what I mean by that. You would have done H1. Then as you can see, Mandrika Accounting moves to the next line after the logo. I'm going to revert this back to span. The heading text here is accounting made accessible, and after that we have a book a consultation button. H1 accounting made accessible, and after that we have a button. Book a consultation. So we have the things for the first section ready, but we are missing the styles. That's why our web page does not look like the goal web page. So first of all, I'm going to give this section a background color. I'm going to use the style attribute throughout this web page, but feel free to use the style tag to add internal style sheet, or you can also create an external style sheet and add your styles with the help of IDs and classes. But to keep it simple, to keep it focused into HTML and without putting too much focus onto CSS, I'm just going to use the style attribute. So for section 1, style, to add the background color, the property is background color. And the value of the color is this hexadecimal value. So I've provided the color palette and the values of the colors that we are going to be using in the reading material. So you can just refer to that and copy and paste the value from there. And I'm also going to set the text color for this entire section to white. To do that, the property is color. And for white, you can just simply use white. Let's see how this looks like. Fresh. So I think the purple color was not the correct one. So this is the updated purple color. Let's see how it looks. Fresh. All right. Now, one thing that you'll notice is this first section takes up this entire height. To do that, what you can do is set the height of this section to 100 VH. 100 VH. What this does, this unit VH means viewport height. So this will set the height of this section to the height which is equal to the height of your viewport, or which is equal to the height of your screen. So for a mobile, that will be the entire mobile's height, or for my monitor or for my laptop, it will be the entire height of my display. Now my section takes up the entire height. One more thing is that we have some margin, or we have some spacing in between the content and the rest of the stuff. So to do that, you can add some padding to add some empty area between the content and the border of this section. So don't worry if you don't understand the styles better, you can just copy paste the styles for now. What you need to focus on is on the basic structure of this HTML document. So now we have some empty space between the edges and the actual content. Now, the next thing we need to do is set the size of this logo element. To do that, you can use the width and height attribute. So you can set the width to 100 and the height to 100 as well. This will set the width and height to 100 pixels. Let's see how it looks. Okay, close enough. And then let's increase the font size of Manrika Accounting as well. So the actual logo is a little bit smaller. So I'm going to decrease it to 50 pixels. 50 and 50, and increase the font size of Manrika Accounting. Font size will change the font size. So let's try 24 pixels and see how that looks. So let's increase it to a 50 pixels so that it's roughly equal to the size of the logo image. Kind of close. Now, the only thing that's different is the actual font. So here we have a different font, and in our website, we're using the default font. So let's forget about the font for now. Next, let's take a look at the main heading here. So right now our heading is very small. I'm going to increase the font size of the heading as well using the style attribute. Size maybe 200 pixels. And since everything is in uppercase here, I'm going to use the text transform CSS property to set the text of this heading element, accounting made accessible, to uppercase. Let's see how it looks. I'm going to reduce the font size a little bit. Okay. One thing that you'll notice is all of these three words are on a new line. So I'm going to add a line break to achieve that. The line break tag will just simply add a line break. And since line break is a self-closing tag, I'm using the self-closing tag syntax here. Accounting made accessible. Next, we have this button. So the background color of the button is white and the text color is this blue shade. And right now, the font size of our button is quite small. So we need to increase the font size. We need to change the text color of the button as well. And we need to change the background color of the button too. Button, style, background color, white, color, color, this value, which is this blue shade, and font size. Let's make it 30 pixels. One more thing is that this button does not have any border, but it's a rounded button. Whereas our button has some border, it does not have enough white space between the border and the text, and the corners are not rounded. So I'm going to add a few more styles to fix that. I have fixed the styles for this button. So I've actually added a few external fonts inside of my website and some global styles as well. So you can copy and paste this code as it is. So what this does is, so it basically first fetches this font from Google Fonts and then sets the font family for all of the text inside of the website to this font. So you can just copy and paste it as it is inside of your website. And here's how our website looks with the new font. I'm going to adjust the font sizes a little bit more, make this a little bit smaller, make this a bit smaller as well. Our section 1 is done. Now let's move on to the second section. This is how the second section looks like. So whenever you are building an HTML document, you always go from top to bottom and from left to right. So here we first have this heading about our company, a paragraph, and then you have an image. But first of all, we need to again wrap this section inside of the section tag and then set the background color to yellow and the text color to this blue color. Now I'm going to create a new section using the section tag, set the styles using the style attribute, background color, color to this value, and add some padding as well. First, let's add a heading. Since we've already used one h1 tag, so this time I'm going to use an h2 tag about our company and then create this paragraph. Let's see how it looks. So we have the heading here and the paragraph here. Next, let's add the image and then think about the styling of these elements inside of the section. So I've again downloaded this image inside of my accounting underscore website folder, and I'm going to rename it as about our company about image dot jpg. And then using the img tag, I'm going to include this image. Refresh. And here how it looks so far. So I don't want this image to take up the entire width. I just want this image to be half of the width of its container. So I'm going to use the style attribute and set the width to 50%. 50%. Now you can think of this second section as having two parts, the left part and the right part. So I can group together these two elements inside of a div and create a division between the left side and the right side. So grouping these two together inside of a div helps me style it better. And to div. Now I've nested my h2 and p tags inside of the div tag. And I just want the width of the left div to also be half of the parent's width, which is 50%. And let's see how it looks. So to make the text content and the image content on the same line, we need to make use of some CSS. So I'm going to set the display property to flex for this section here. This is how it looks like. We won't go into details about what flex does, but for now, just use it as it is. And now I'm going to increase the font size of this heading. Style, font size, set it to 50 pixels. Let's set it to 80 pixels. And also let's set it to uppercase. And since the font size of the paragraph of the original website is also a little bit big, I'm going to increase the font size of our paragraph as well. All right. So our goal is not to worry about the styles too much, not to match the styles as it is, because at this point you all are not that well versed with CSS. Let's move on to the next section, which is this testimonial section. So first we have the heading, then we have an image, then we have another heading, and then we have some paragraph text. So let's set that. So I'm going to create a new section. H2 testimonial, then an image, and another heading and some paragraph. Added the second heading here. Let's add the paragraph text. Then let's add the image source as well. Downloaded this image and I'm going to include it here in .jpg and some alt text. Let's see how it looks like. This is how it looks like without any styles. Let's add some styles now. I'm going to set the background color for the section. Background color pink, text color to blue, and some padding as well. Okay. All right. So here's how it looks. Next, we need to increase the font size and then set the size of this image. And everything in the original website is center aligned. So I'm going to use the center text align property to align everything to the center. So now everything is moved to the center. Now I'm going to increase the font size of H2. I'm going to just copy the styles from the previous heading in the previous section. Right, I'm going to set the width to 200 pixels. I've updated the font size of this H4 element as well, and similarly for this paragraph element. So let's ignore the circular thing for now. Okay, now let's move on to the next section. Next, we have this section. So this section is rather simple, just a background color and some text. Section, say H2. Let's set the styles for the section. Text color to white and some padding. This is how it looks. Now again, I want the width of this heading to not take the entire space. I'm going to reduce the width. I'm going to set the width to 50% for this heading. Okay, better. Now we've reached the last section. So this last section has this image here and then this contact us section. So let's add the image first. And I'm going to leave the alt for this empty. So here's my image, but I wanted to take the entire width. So I'm going to set the width of this image to 100%. So style, width, 100%. Okay. Next, we have the contact us section and then these details. So let's create another section after this image, this section. Now this section has the same background color as the first section. So I'm just going to copy the styles of the first section. And I'm going to remove the height property from this section. Inside of this section, we have another heading, H2, contact us, adding some styles to this as well, font size and text transform uppercase. So we can actually use the address tag to add information about the author of this web page. Address tag is a semantic tag. And let's place the actual contact information inside of this address tag to make our website more accessible as well as for enhancing the SEO for our web page. So we have a heading and a paragraph, a heading and a paragraph, and a heading and a paragraph. So mailing address, say H4, mailing address, P, and then email address. Now for the email address, you can actually use the A tag and make it a link instead. So you can do mail to and then use the email address there so that clicking on this link opens up an emailing interface, which makes it easier for users to contact you. And then at the last, we have the phone number. Let's see how it looks like. So by default, the text color of a link is a bluish purplish color. So let's change that and also add some styles to increase the font size of these paragraphs as well as these headings. White on the link and text decoration to none so that the underline from the link also disappears. And for headings, let's set their font size to 50 pixels. Now at the last, you can add this footer if you want. So let's quickly add that as well. For the footer, instead of using section tag, I'm going to use the footer tag instead. I'm going to set the background color of this footer to black. Background color black. Text color to white. And then there's a link here for the terms and support. So terms and support. I'm going to leave the href for this one empty. So this links to the terms and support page. Let's see how it looks like. So you can add some padding to the footer. And this is how it looks like. And there you go, you've just built this entire website with HTML and some CSS. Hopefully now you understand how to approach a design or how to approach building a website. How do you look at a design and think of it in terms of how you would create an HTML structure from that. I hope you understood how to use different elements, and you also revised your concepts about inline and block elements, as well as understood where to use different semantic elements. So I have provided 3 more project ideas which are similar to this website, so you can practice your own HTML skills. But the idea of this project, as well as the other 3 project ideas that I've listed inside of this course, is to practice your HTML skills. The complete HTML course for beginners is not just a playlist of tutorial videos, but it's designed to be a one-stop solution for all your learning requirements. When you take a course in the traditional sense, let's say in a university, you don't just attend lectures, you do quizzes, you have some homework, you give some tests, you create some projects to actually put your learnings to practice. Most importantly, you also have mentors and a community to guide you along this journey. When most people think of learning something online, they just attend the lectures or watch the tutorials in this case and call it a day. They completely forget about the homework part of it and then eventually find themselves in a tutorial hell. That's why each lesson in this course is comprised of not just a video tutorial, it also has some review notes. Every lesson has a quiz and related coding practice exercises, and also more resources for further learning. This will help you create an active learning experience. There's also a forum at the bottom of each section in this course where you can ask your doubts or questions about the related topics, and I will be responding to them and updating the material regularly based on the received feedback. You can also read and respond to the posts made by other learners. And not only that, you will get an access to a community of learners. Once you're in, you'll be able to access some common communication channels dedicated specifically for this course, where you will be able to ask more doubts and questions whenever you are stuck. You can also choose to share more helpful information, ask for advice, or help others in the community. And most importantly, you will receive lifetime access to all the course material as well as to the community. If you are interested, then hurry up, because the first 30 people who join are going to get 30% off. The link is in the bio. I'll see you there.